All that you are about to hear is lovingly curated by Robin Alexis and blissfully sponsored by Be Well Hive NFP, a public charity 501c3 located in Mount Shasta, California, nurturing wellness and building resilient community in Mount Shasta and beyond borders. Please consider visiting bewellhive.org and offering your support. And please continue to offer your support to Robin's work by purchasing and gifting her books. As you listen, may your heart and soul be deeply nourished.
When everything's in disarray, I trust it's all gonna be okay. It's all gonna be okay. 'Cause I'm choosing love today. Yes, we're choosing love today. Raising humanity.
Raising Humanity, Why We All Must Remember. Inspiring Stories by 21 Authors. Curated by Robin Alexis. Read by Michelle Kinnison and Damien Balderrama. Acknowledgements. This book is rooted in the bravery of people willing to tell their stories, and I want to thank all of the people and animals who courageously share their stories here. My thanks also to Elizabeth Diane at Lucid 9 Design for her beautiful cover art, and a special thanks to the parents who graciously shared the portrait of their newborn for the front cover. I am humbled that they were willing to do that, and grateful for their generosity. I feel like it was a gift from God to have the opportunity to work with C.J. Obrey as the editor for this book. She is not just an extraordinarily talented editor. Her ability to channel my intention for creating this book is an art that comes from her soul. Dedication. The words in this book are dedicated to all parents everywhere. The blank pages in this book are dedicated to the souls of the teachers and students who lost their lives going to school. Preface. I am honored to write this preface. My wife and I are honored to provide the photo of our newborn child for the cover of this book. We have worked with Robin for over 10 years. She has played a role in the conception of all 4 of our children, from communicating with their spirits before conception to helping us select names for them. Her skills are quite amazing, and we feel fortunate to have witnessed firsthand her efforts to uplift humanity, one soul at a time. Over this time, we've grown a deep respect for and wonder of Robin's unique abilities. What often starts out as a personal problem can be influenced by multiple past lives or interfering negative energies. And in analyzing and solving the issues involved, Robin clears up the problem in this current, and sometimes future, life, but also tries to correct the same issue for all of the people involved, up to all of humanity. Through Robin, I've realized there is a deeper connection and meaning behind many of the events and people in our lives. It's a wonderful feeling to be able to put an end to negative, recurring patterns from previous incarnations, or to expel negative and parasitic energies with Robin's help. It's also fascinating to learn the story of these previous experiences, and it really gives us an appreciation for the interconnectedness of all life and the divine structure of our reality. Robin's message that we each need to work to help awaken everyone to our interconnectedness has inspired me to see beyond fear and raise my consciousness to a higher level. I hope you feel similarly inspired as you listen to this book. Even without Robin's abilities, we all can uplift humanity by being more aware, more intentional, more determined about the myriad small choices we make in our daily lives, choices that can serve to help us all if we are mindful. It's comforting to know that when we choose love as the energy behind our decisions, love will determine the outcome of those decisions. Like Robin says, let's choose love and take it from there. Becoming a parent helped us to understand that we needed to shift from a service to self mindset to a service to others approach. We feel honored and grateful that several precious souls have chosen us to be their parents so we can teach them these love paradigms. Our parental intention is to mentor our children so they know how to create their worlds with love. As you listen to Raising Humanity, we hope you will come to realize that how we parent our children matters. We hope you will see how important it is for each of us to take accountability for our individual participation in the bigger picture. We hope you will understand the simple truth that it is possible to break the insanity loop of unconsciously supporting the terrorism we see in the world. Every little act of love, every choice to raise the bar, helps to raise all of us up together. J.M., One Lucky Father. Introduction. In the beginning. Once upon a time, I believed my soul had no merit because I had been taught that I needed to be normal. Therefore, all I wanted was to be normal and lead a normal life. I wanted to be a good daughter, wife, and mother. I tried. Really, I did. I attempted to shut down my intuition, hunches, dreams, visions, and other demonstrations of my sixth sense. The story of my personal journey from shut-down child psychic to an adult who uses her gifts openly is fodder for a different book. Footnote. That book is now published as Spirit Lady, The Gift of Robin Song by Divine Communications, 2022. One part of that story that is relevant to this book is that I sometimes get visions in my mind about events that will take place in the future that have to do with national and international security issues. I don't know when these visions are going to come. If I could, I would avoid them. They are very uncomfortable for me, like an electrical shock. Even though you can't tell from looking at me, I am severely handicapped. I can't function like other people. I've dealt with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. I've been severely depressed, and I can't stand or sit for too long without having to raise my legs off the floor because of venous insufficiency. When I download terrorist information, my inner little child gets overwhelmed and says, "What do I do with this big package?" And I have to tell her, "Look, it was your responsibility to receive this information, but we're going to give this to criminal intelligence and they'll handle it." In October 1998, I had one of my first horrifying visions concerned with terrorism. A woman had come to me for a session so I could look for her brother. He lived in Colorado and had been missing for 3 weeks. While doing my clairvoyant work in front of this client, my mind began to see a full-sized picture of myself walking in a terrorist training camp along a river in the Middle East. I was shocked at the concept that camps like this existed. I split into a consciousness that could simultaneously experience different thought patterns and witness them. I made a telepathic connection with the soldier and was able to enter his mind. This was not a collaborative effort. I was extracting information without his conscious personality being aware of my presence. The soldier's soul was giving me permission to reveal the information in his mind. In this way, I learned that there were numerous training camps, both in and outside our country. His thoughts said that the organization had planned terrorist events that would appear unrelated and they would happen on United States soil. He told me that young American men who were easy to mind control would become instruments of his group leader. Young men in the Denver, Colorado area would kill other students between April 21st and April 26th, 1999, and try to hijack a plane from the Denver airport. He told me many details about terrorist attack operations. As my mind began to react to the magnitude of calculated horror, the scene in front of my third eye brought tears to my eyes. Then I became aware that this man sensed me. How did he detect me? I knew it was because I was beside myself with a sense of hopelessness. I had no way to stop this demonic plan. I was out of my body, out of my mind, and way over my head psychically. I was literally in enemy territory. I became aware that these people were masters at mind control, and I was just a rookie in the wrong place at the wrong time. As I tried to pull myself out of this out-of-body experience, my physical body was tossed into a backward somersault. My body slammed against the door, and I went into a spastic, convulsing fit. My assistant sat on my chest, held down my shoulders, and screamed, "Robin, you have to come back!" I slowly caught my consciousness and pulled myself back into my solar plexus. My client was frightened, and rightly so. I was extremely spent and hoped that my visions were completely wrong. The client felt both overwhelmed and skeptical. To relieve our fears, she took the taped recordings of the details I had channeled and went to the local college library to investigate. The outcome of her research traumatized us all. The terms and names of cults that I had channeled were on the computer as common knowledge to those in this field of study. I was stunned. I had no previous awareness that there was, and still is, an internal danger to our country. Now the question was, what I should do with this information. For a while, I conned myself into playing it safe. After all, I was just a clairvoyant. Clairvoyants are never 100% accurate. I dismissed my own knowing. I focused on my commitment to make enough money to raise my children. Who would believe a small-town clairvoyant from the White Mountains of New Hampshire? Then, 3 weeks later, the woman's brother showed up exactly when I said he would be found. After that, I decided to share my insights with a friend of mine who works for the CIA. I was shocked to discover that the government uses psychics, remote viewers, and mentalists to help protect our country. I was invited to join a 6-week, 24/7 program to be trained to use my psychic and clairvoyant gifts wisely. I hadn't expected the government to take action on my psychic vision. I just didn't want the burden of knowing that I didn't do everything possible, which for me meant to pray and to get others to pray in order to release any potentiality for harm. I knew that scientific studies had shown that harnessing the human consciousness in mass prayer rituals could be very beneficial. In April 1999, I flew to Denver, Colorado, to hold a prayer vigil where I had been shown trouble could happen. As I was in the air, the Littleton school shootings occurred. Right then, I started praying to prevent the disasters I had seen happening in September of the millennium year. Even though I felt very uncomfortable, vulnerable, I felt compelled to share my psychic visions about terrorist activities in our country. That compulsion had less to do with the sense of patriotism and more to do with feeling a duty of compassion. I didn't want another parent to mourn the loss of a child, as I had to mourn the death of one of my twin daughters. As horrible as the experience of coming directly into contact with terrorism was for me and for everyone who knew me, I can sleep at night knowing I tried to prevent those deaths in Littleton, Colorado, and others. Now, what does my work with terrorism have to do with raising humanity? Just in the same way that I had to sacrifice my privacy and face the possibility of scorn and derision about what I had seen in order to benefit others, the people who share their stories in this book faced personal decisions in relation to others in their lives: parents, children, spouses, siblings, friends, coworkers, and in relation to their own lives. Unless we found a nice cave somewhere, we can't help but come into contact with humanity every day. And it is our choice as to how we relate to these beings who share our planet. The key to our relationship lies in our ability to listen to the still small voice within, or to the words of a friend or parent, or however we access the wisdom that allows us to make our choices. Each voice in this book shows a person coming into more consciousness, more awareness of who they are and what they were meant to do. The individual threads weave together as part of the many colors and patterns that make up the collective fabric of our human society. As each story reveals, our lives can change and our vision can broaden from the experiences we encounter: a sick child, a rape, words spoken by a parent, a miscarriage, events such as 9/11, and on and on and on. It is how we choose to live our lives, the decisions we make on a daily basis, that determine whether or not humanity as a whole will lift itself up into the realms of peace and balance, or continue on in chaos and destruction. If each of us were to raise our children to acknowledge their own worth, to hear the voice of their own consciousness, and to live as if they really matter, global affairs would be impacted for the better. I believe that the soul is our true mother, and a human body is simply the vehicle for the soul's evolution and development. I believe that the soul creates a body because it knows it will learn from the senses and the mechanics of the subconscious mind, as well as from the circumstances it encounters in its environment. I believe that the true Father is the energy of universal law. Imagine what the world would be like if we could perceive the soul as mating with universal law to create a child of peace and harmony. When the subconscious mind, the place where our senses receive and send messages back to the soul, shuts down, we become terrorists in one form or another. We become heartless, programmable people who are capable of doing and saying anything for political agendas. We can embrace the spiritual understanding that we must go within to hear our soul's voice, or we will continue to heed outer authorities, both personally and collectively. Deep in our beings, we know that it is not healthy to support dysfunction on a personal or planetary level. Let's reestablish our communication with that which we call God or Spirit and decide to take the intensely personal path of knowing our own knowing and having the courage to act upon it. Parenting the future. Children are the teachers of peace for future generations. Our lives and theirs are at stake. Our individual decisions affect all the souls on earth, not just the ones in our immediate care. The consciousness or lack thereof with which we were raised has brought us the global condition as it now stands. Most of us struggled with our parents in some way, as those of us who are physical parents often struggle with our children. The job of parenting is not easy. Through the stories in this book, I invite you to reframe your sense of what parenting means, not only for parents in relation to their own children, but how we raise ourselves as well as the rest of humanity. Raising humanity is a teaching of perception. Perceptions inform belief. I believe that we, as children, were not taught how to be teachers of peace. It is obvious that we are not peaceful within ourselves, and that we do not live in peaceful times. So how can we, as parents and role models for our children, teach something that most of us were never taught? First, we have to become mindful of what inner peace and balance feel like, and then consciously discipline ourselves to create this feeling in our own environment. If we can learn to follow our natural instincts and feelings, we can also learn to observe our own behavior and stop, or at least pause and contemplate a different choice before engaging in any activity that causes disharmony. In other words, we need to slow down and take control of how we respond to our environment. In The Biology of Belief by Bruce Lipton, Ph.D., he states that scientific research has proven that our cells change behavior according to our perceptual environment. Moment by moment, he says, we can give ourselves permission to perceive what makes us joyful. Research by Dr. Lipton and other scientists also states that we are like sponges from conception to the womb time and through the first 6 years of our lives. Infants pick up by observation and download information without any way to screen what is being programmed into their young minds. Unless we are mindful, we are automatically going to act upon the information stored in our brains and subconscious mind. We will spend our lives reacting rather than making a conscious effort to live as proactive beings. If we are to live in a way that brings more awareness into the world, parents-to-be would clear their own energies as much as possible before conceiving children. They would communicate with the soul of the child or children who will enter their home and create a loving sexual experience during which conception can occur. They would take responsibility for the possibility that the energy behind the sexual act also imbues the child with what the parents believe about themselves at the moment of conception. Once children are in the womb space, we would remind them every day how sacred they are. Although we may not be adepts, we can promise to guide them to the best of our ability. Children who are perceived as sacred beings will grow up with better subconscious programming, a form of protection that is far more important than a seatbelt, bicycle helmet, or sunscreen. The soul's purpose. Most adults, including parents-to-be, have a very limited understanding of pregnancy, birth, and child rearing. Usually, because the physiology of these events takes precedence, the expectant couple does not even address the most critical issues. For instance, how not to repeat our parents' mistakes, knowing who that soul is who will be entering the world as a new baby, knowing when and how that soul will enter the womb, knowing that soul's reasons and purpose for being born, One important gift a parent can give to any child is to support the growth, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, of the particular soul that has chosen to create a body through them. However, just because a parent may have a metaphysical perspective, that doesn't mean that same perspective will serve their child. We can't force understanding. We have to allow our children to seek their own truth. What we can do is role model the faith to let the divine intelligence reveal itself through us, so our children can see how it could work through them. Our job is to empower them to explore and develop their own relationship with Spirit. I trust that there is a divine plan and have the faith to carry it out as I am so guided to do. I honor my children's life purpose, even if that means they choose to leave the physical realm before I do. I have to reach deep inside the pockets of my trust in the divine and know there is a reason that I was given this assignment. I am able to witness other people's relationships with their souls. I reach them, wherever they might be in any given moment, born or not born, in order to teach them to hear that still small voice within. I witness the birth of their increasing awareness into their own knowing. It is my experience that the new babies coming to Earth these days are more enlightened than previous generations. They are capable of strong telepathic communications. They remember who they are and where they came from and where they are going. Let's welcome these multidimensional beings with a sense of sacredness, common sense, and a good dose of sixth sense. These children will liberate us to commune with our own souls and to self-parent our own lives with as much dignity as we have the consciousness to muster. Their awakened presence on our planet will help us to recognize that our first creed is to cause no harm to ourselves or anyone else. Raising Humanity. This book is written with love and with the hope that we will learn that the metaphysical is a simple, everyday occurrence. Our increasing awareness of it is just another step in the steady progression of human interaction. First, person to person, then print to reader, then recording to audience, then the internet to the World Wide Web, the cell phone, and, before long, telepathic communications. It is the evolution of humanity. I believe that as we increase our awareness of our own intuition, our innate abilities will bring us into alignment with our true soul's purpose, and that will be good for everyone. We are living in a period of gestation. Even while the world is immersed in war, calamity, and darkness, a period of rebirth and light is ready to emerge. The stories in this book are intended to awaken the mothering instinct in all of us as we give birth to a new generation of children. Allow our dormant souls to rebirth our individual selves and collectively give birth to a healthy planet. The idea for this book came to me one afternoon while sitting in a state of deep meditation/communion. I heard the following message from what I can only describe as the core or the womb of Mother Earth. I want my children to be born remembering that the purpose of the universe is the creation of love. You must acknowledge divine right timing and the power of your intentions. You shall come to know that you are seventh sense beings having a human experience. The seventh sense is awareness. In your awareness, you will transcend your physical limitations and realize the interconnectedness of all life, for we are truly all one. There is no gender, race, or class. Our purpose is to lead ourselves back to our sacred centers, that place in our heart that is always love and light. When we feel the pain of someone else, we all hurt. In that awareness, we make choices to live in love and compassion. The goddess of who I am is cyclical, like all life that has a sacred center whose divine purpose is to create love. As awakened children, you must choose to obey universal law. These laws transcend man-made limitations. My awakened children are not to follow outdated and dogmatic rhetoric. Those thoughts and beliefs are the weeds of man-made limitations. You must change these beliefs in order for your love of love to be revered. You will gently place this decomposing energy into the universal compost pile to be used as fertilization while planting the evolution of love. My children, the human race, are the farmers of this consciousness. This will allow you to be conscious caretakers of me, your Mother Earth. I am Mother Earth, and I intend to birth the heart of our global family. Nothing on our planet was created, sentient or non-sentient, if it was not birthed through Mother Earth. How can we destroy what sustains us? In the same way that we, as individuals, are not in balance, Mother Nature is also not in balance or harmony. And we are not in a healthy relationship with the Earth or with each other. It is time for us to wake up to the fact that we are a global family. The following story is a great illustration of why it behooves us to start looking out for each other's welfare. There was a farmer who each year entered his corn in the state fair, where it always won a blue ribbon. One year, a newspaper reporter interviewed him and learned that the farmer shared his corn seed with his neighbors. He asked, "How can you afford to share your best corn seed with your neighbors when they are entering corn in competition with yours?" "Why, sir," said the farmer, "don't you know? The wind picks up pollen from the ripening corn and swirls it from field to field. If my neighbors grow inferior corn, cross-pollination will steadily degrade the quality of my corn. If I am to grow good corn, I must help my neighbors grow good corn." The lesson is simple. The farmer in this story is very much aware of the connectedness of life. His corn can't improve unless his neighbor's corn also improves. So it is in other aspects of life. Those who choose to be at peace must help their neighbors be at peace. Those who choose to live well must help others to live well. The value of a life is measured by the lives it touches. Those who choose to be happy must help others to find happiness, because the welfare of each is bound up with the welfare of all. Perhaps reading the stories that are shared in this book will help you in the vital task of raising humanity, giving birth to the global family we are meant to be. I believe it is our ultimate responsibility to raise humanity's consciousness. The authors whose voices you will hear in this book combine their life experiences to let you know that no matter how old we are, it is never too late to learn about our soul's plan for us and to act upon our soul's inner guidance. It is never too late to transform our lives through the power of grace and the courage to change. The very survival of humanity is at stake. A word of caution. Most of us, perhaps all of us, have experienced some form of trauma in our lives, and trauma can sometimes affect us in surprising ways. Please be aware that a few of the stories in this collection discuss violent events that may be upsetting to some readers. There is a warning at the beginning of stories that include discussion of a potentially triggering event. Although every story in this collection includes sensitive information, selections marked with warnings may be more intense. Part 1. Beginnings. Beginnings. Our first and most intimate relationship is to the mother. We are bound, quite literally, to the mother during our gestation in the womb. As we float in the embryonic waters of our mother's womb, we move from a state of pure consciousness into matter. We develop a body that is composed of 75% water to live on a planet that is 75% water. The oceans are the womb of Mother Earth. Most of us have no memory of our womb time, yet it has left an indelible mark upon us. The importance and sanctity of those 9 months is not to be underestimated. Everything the mother thinks, feels, and experiences while she is pregnant adds to who we are to become. Our time spent in the womb lives on in our unconscious, ruling us from the forgotten realms. We spend the rest of our lives processing our experiences through the filter of our perceptions from the womb. These intangible memories create our life's momentum. How different would the human family be if sexual union and the resultant pregnancy were respected for the power that they hold? Not only is the time in the womb of utmost importance to our future development, but the way we got there in the first place is also. We have grown accustomed to recreational sex, but what do we know about procreational sex? Why are we content to make babies as a soulless experience created by soulless sexual intercourse? What potential would we humans have if conception were regarded as a sacred process? Wouldn't it be wonderful if, when parents want to conceive a child, they perform a ceremony inviting the soul of a child into their family prior to mating? These questions fairly demand some historical grounding. Until about 1970, for most women, pregnancy was an unavoidable outcome of sexual intercourse. That physical reality has shaped everything from what women are expected to do with their lives to how the law treats women and allocates responsibility for the children they bear. Until reliable birth control was developed, recreational sex was always strictly a male construct. Even with birth control as an option now, the burden of controlling reproduction and nurturing offspring still largely falls on the child bearers. The purpose of this book is to raise mothering, parenting really, from a coincidental aspect of living to an aspirational one. History and feminist sensibilities are important components in achieving these objectives. Metaphysical parenting, my term for a soul-based parenting style, focuses on teaching parents how to help their children discover and fulfill their own life purpose. This process of discovery can be complicated due to factors outside the control of the child and generally outside the control of parents. Any child born on this planet comes into an environment that loads expectations onto the child based on features intrinsic to the child's physical appearance, especially including visible genitalia, skin color, number of limbs, digits, etc. Those expectations can influence how others perceive the child and how the child perceives itself. Metaphysical parenting can't really happen as a standalone activity. Metaphysical parenting requires all parents to be fully intentional, fully cooperative, fully awake, and aware nurturers. Now that we have the ability to control when children arrive, it is important for prospective parents to place themselves into the needed mindset before children are conceived. This kind of education needs to start before conception. So this book is really aimed at you, the parents of the next generation of parents, to teach you how to start teaching your own children now. In other words, how different would our parenting be if we remembered our source, if we remembered that the soul creates a body so the soul can grow? A soul likes being in a body because the physical senses are tools for learning. The desire of the soul to learn is the single strongest driving force in the perpetuation of the human race. If we knew a soul's purpose, if we recognized newborns as spirits who have chosen to have a human experience, wouldn't pregnancy, birth, and parenting be viewed and treated with more respect? Building Family with Hope and Licorice. Robin's commentary regarding building family with hope and licorice. Families very often include not just two-legged members, but also four-legged or winged or scaled or flippered, or finned members as well. Like humans, the animals who come to us each have their own life purpose, the life lessons that they come to learn and or to help humans to learn. Humans, rather than thinking of the animals in their lives as possessions or resources to be exploited, need to be aware that the souls occupying animal bodies are sentient and powerful in their own right, and need to be allowed and assisted to realize the objectives they came here to accomplish. In the case of this book, Licorice tells me that her life purpose is to be a sensitive guide dog for the heavy subjects we address here. Having an animal companion can help to keep us steady and calm while we deal with the challenges of working to change the world. Conscious parenting includes humans and their pets. Licorice is here as the designated representative of the animals who share our lives and our planet. Let us honor and protect our devoted pets, the beloved entities who help us stay sane as we co-create a safer world.
Building Family with Hope and Licorice. I am Licorice, and this is the beginning of my story. My mama, my actual doggo mama, is what humans call a service dog. Her job is to help a human. She picks things up for him and alerts him to unsafe situations. She is very good at her job. When I was born, my littermates and I arrived too early. I'm the only one who survived. I was too little. I couldn't feed myself, so the humans fed me with a tiny baby bottle until I was big enough and strong enough to eat on my own. I was so small. They were afraid I would get squished by the other dogs in the house. The other dogs were huge. The humans kept me in a big crate with comfy blankets and soft, squeaky toys and a water dish and food. They would let me out to feed me and to go potty. When they had time, they would play with me and give me snuggles, and then they would put me back in the crate. I know they were protecting me, but it was very lonely. Even my own mama couldn't come snuggle with me unless the humans opened the door of my crate. When I was old enough, the humans started teaching me how to do the same job my mama does. They thought I would be able to do what she could do. They were right. I could. But they didn't need me to do it for them. They already had Mama. And they had all those other big dogs who each had their own jobs. I was the spare. I learned from listening to the humans talking that my littermates and I were always supposed to be sold. The humans are show dog breeders, and their other dogs have won prizes. But my littermates didn't make it, and even though I was a beautiful girl, I didn't look exactly like a normal Labrador retriever. My legs were a little bit shorter. Not a lot, just a little. But people who might want a show dog or a regular-looking lab didn't really want me. I didn't know what to hope for. A loving new family? One day, Lisa, the boss, took me out of my crate, clipped a leash to my collar, and said, "Let's go for a ride." I jumped into the car, and we drove to a big building with lots of doors. We walked up to the building, and one of the doors opened. A human lady stepped out and said, "Come in. We're so glad to see you." She smiled at me and held out her hand for me to sniff. I remembered her. She had once visited the house where my crate was, and we had played catch with my squishy ball. Another human was waiting for us inside. His name is Dude. Dude was sitting in a big leather chair. I walked up to him to say hello. I was so excited to meet someone new, and he looked happy to meet me, too. I jumped up to put my paws on his shoulders, and he laughed, and we snuggled, and he invited me to crawl onto his lap. And we were instant friends, and I loved being right next to him. Boss, Lisa, and the new humans talked about some things while I snuggled with Dude. When they were done talking, Dude looked at me and asked, "What do you think? Would you like to join our family?" I didn't really understand the question, but I loved Dude already, and he said that word, family. The other human, he calls her Mom, said, "We would love for you to be in our family, if that's what you want." Mom said it too. She smiled at me again and held out her hand for me to sniff again, and I loved her too. So I licked her hand and wagged my tail. Mom wrote some numbers on a small piece of paper, signed her name, and handed the paper to Boss Lisa. Lisa said, "Thank you," patted me on my head and told me to be good, handed my leash to Dude, and walked out the door. I stood at the door, wagging my tail, waiting for Lisa to come back. She didn't. Dude said, "Come on, let's introduce you to the cat." That's my earliest memory of meeting my forever family. Robin asked me to tell you that she is helping me and Mom to write the rest of my story. It will be published in its own book as soon as we get it written. This is me, Licorice, the guide dog for this book, and this was my story of when I was a puppy.
The Touch of a Child. Robin's commentary on The Touch of a Child. When a couple conceives a child, I believe that they are allowing a soul to create through them a body in which to learn its soul's lessons. I believe the role of the parents is to support that journey, which, in turn, supports the purpose of conscious parenting. When we support our children in their life journeys, we are helping our children to remember that each of us, every soul, inherently has merit and has a right to experience joy. Joy, the vibrational result of living soulfully, is a sense of deep inner peace. There is no better elixir than feeling fulfilled on a soul level. Some beginnings are noticeably rougher than others. Have you wondered why? I chose to include the following story because it heartened me to see how things had changed in the medical profession since I gave birth to my children. This story also demonstrates how desperate mainstream parents have to be before they open up to the metaphysical. Ethan's parents wanted the best for him, enough to put aside their doubts and contact me. When Ethan telepathically communicated to me what was medically wrong with his little body, I knew he was one of the new breed of enlightened children who have come to bless the human race. Here is Ethan's story.
The Touch of a Child by Brad Gilden. People who wish to raise the consciousness of humanity need to be able to admit when they are feeling vulnerable, and they need to not be afraid to ask for help. They need to be willing to admit that they don't know what they don't know. That includes doctors. "Where's the father?" someone shouted from the OR. "Get him in here now!" I heard the urgency in the doctor's voice as I scrubbed my hands. I ran into the OR and took my place beside my wife, Carrie. I sat next to Carrie with great anticipation and some fear, as the moment of birth was only seconds away. For you partners about to be parents, if you wonder whether or not you may get queasy from the sight of blood, do not look over the curtain. I looked deep into Carrie's eyes, trying to give her some of my strength, and then my eyes darted back and forth from the monitors to the anesthesiologist. The hospital bed jumped slightly, and Carrie experienced a huge release of pressure. We heard some skin being slapped and then a faint cry. It was music to our ears. Then everything changed. "Code 67 in labor and delivery. Stat. Repeat. Code 67 in..." The words trailed off. My eyes drifted down as I saw a large stream of blood beginning to paint the floor. Not wanting to scare my wife, I waited until she drifted to sleep. Once asleep, I immediately asked the anesthesiologist if the code was for my wife or child. He said it was for our child. I breathed a brief sigh of relief, understanding that Carrie was okay. My attention shifted to our child. Carrie was in and out of consciousness, unaware of the code being called. In a weak voice, my wife asked, "Doctor, what did we have?" He responded, "A big, big boy. Wow, he must be at least 9 pounds." The pediatricians who answered the code rushed into the room and started to attend to Ethan. We had no idea what was happening. The doctor asked me if I wanted to see my child before he was taken to the NICU, Natal Intensive Care Unit. Of course I wanted to see him, although my eyes were glazed over from the past few sleepless days and the long night of delivery. I saw 2 pediatricians holding my naked, angelic son in a sitting position. I snapped a quick picture, and then they rushed him out of the room. The moment passed so quickly it felt like someone had given me a birthday present and then taken it away. I walked back to Carrie's bedside. As the doctors were completing her sutures, I told Carrie how beautiful our son was. She asked me if everything was all right. I didn't know how to respond. Instead, I kissed her lightly on the forehead and told her that everything was going to be fine. We had made a beautiful little boy. Once I knew Carrie was stable and comfortable in the recovery room, I made my way over to the NICU. I was so scared walking in, not knowing what to expect. Was he doing okay? Would he look like my wife or me? Millions of thoughts crept through my head. Most of all, I wished my wife could have been with me for the first real meeting with our son. My hands were sweating from nerves and my mouth was dry. This was the moment of truth. I tried peeking in through the windows to get a sneak preview. I spotted Ethan immediately. As it turned out, Ethan weighed in at 10 pounds, 3.8 ounces. He looked 3 times the size of all the other newborns. He was calm and collected, taking in his surroundings. I, on the other hand, was just the opposite. My heart broke seeing the intravenous line and CPAP, continuous passive assisted breathing, attached to his nose, a device that assists with inhalation. He deserved to have a better entrance into the world. When we finally made eye contact, it was the most incredible sensation I have ever felt. It was the first time I realized I was a daddy. I placed my finger in Ethan's palm and he squeezed hard enough to blanch my skin. There was so much love in that single grip it brought tears to my eyes, and I almost forgot to breathe. We were finally parents. This same time, 1 year ago, my wife had a miscarriage. It was one of the most difficult events in our lives. We began to question whether we would ever be able to have a child. Our marriage remained strong, even though it was put to the ultimate test. We comforted each other with lots of hugs and late-night tears. We knew that someday we would be blessed with a child. It just wasn't meant to be right now. Little did we know that this would prepare us for what was to follow. The doctors met with me to explain what was happening to our son. At birth, Ethan had extremely low blood sugar and required an immediate infusion of glucose to bring up his sugar concentration. The risk involved in having prolonged low blood sugar is severe brain damage. We were told that his condition was probably transient and he would most likely be home by the end of the week. The NICU nurses took some Polaroid pictures of Ethan so I could take them back to Carrie, who was still in the recovery room and had not yet met Ethan in person. Over the next days, we spent countless hours in the NICU, waiting and praying that Ethan's condition would get better. We met other parents whose children were also there. We felt so sorry for every child and parent that had to go through this difficult time. Each day when we went to visit Ethan, there seemed to be another complication. We realized the condition of low blood sugar was not transient and that there was some other unknown condition affecting his sugar levels. We also found out that he contracted MRSA, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, a common infection in hospital settings that is transferred via skin contact. Ethan was placed in isolation and on a 30-day course of antibiotics. He required a central line put in through his umbilicus because the peripheral lines in his foot and hand could not handle the large amounts of sugar. There was also a period of time in which he had to be placed on a ventilator to help with his breathing. We began endless meetings with doctors, from geneticists to gastroenterologists, cardiologists, and endocrinologists. I think we met every possible ologist on the face of the earth. We were never so scared in our lives. In truth, Carrie and I became numb. When Ethan was only 10 days old, the doctors removed the central line from his umbilicus. He had developed a blood clot just outside the heart and required surgery to put in a Broviac line, a central line directly into the arterial bloodstream of the heart that is used to provide high doses of dextrose solution for patients that are hypoglycemic. He also had to be placed back on the ventilator because he was having some moderate congestive heart failure. I thought all these conditions should be seen in a 90-year-old, not a 9-day-old. Carrie and I felt so guilty that his first experience of life was filled with needles and monitors. We promised him there was so much more to life and that he would experience it very soon. The doctors were still not sure of the diagnosis. We began hearing the doctors whisper about his pancreas producing too much insulin. They spoke of a specialist named Dr. Stanley at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, CHOP. In the days that followed, Ethan continued to worsen. His required sugar infusions increased and his body became bloated from the large amounts of fluid intake. The following week, Ethan was finally transferred. In a span of 12 hours, Ethan made a miraculous turnaround. The doctors at CHOP were very familiar with his condition. They gave him a hormone called glucagon that metabolized stored sugar in the liver and were able to reduce his sugar infusions by half. In 24 hours, he lost most of his bloating and looked so much more comfortable. Carrie and I finally took our first confident breaths of parenthood. We met Laura, a wonderful physician's assistant who walked us through all the procedures for determining Ethan's prognosis. She told us that he had something called hyperinsulinism, a rare genetic disorder affecting 1 in 50,000. There are 2 possible scenarios with this disease. The first is called a diffuse lesion of the pancreas. If that's what it turned out to be, Ethan's entire pancreas would have to be removed. Side effects of this surgery would be adolescent diabetes and the need to take digestive enzymes. Even if Ethan had to go through this worst-case scenario, Carrie and I still thought we would be very lucky. The second scenario was a focal lesion, which only affected a localized part of the pancreas. In this case, the doctors would have to remove only a portion of the pancreas and Ethan would be potentially cured. So was it a focal or diffuse lesion? We were fast approaching another turning point in Ethan's life, with surgery as Ethan's only chance. Carrie stayed at the Ronald McDonald House in Philadelphia to be with Ethan. I had to travel back and forth from New York because of work. It was so difficult being away from my family. The stress was wearing us down, but we did not have time to deal with it. We needed to keep going and be strong for our son. It is amazing how God gives you inner strength when you need it most. Each time we felt like the world was closing in on us and we wouldn't be able to take much more, there was an outside force that kept us going. I fed off Carrie's strength and faith, and she on mine. Our families also played vital roles, whether by lending a helping hand or just by knowing they were there for us at all times. My brother Lance kept calling. He wanted us to call this baby medium, as he described Robin, whom our sister Stacy had met. At first we were skeptical. We both have a very strong faith in God and believed we were doing the right thing for our son. We were scared that she might direct us along a different path. We had confidence in the doctors at CHOP, and they felt strongly that Ethan required surgery. What if she told us not to go through with it? Carrie and I finally decided if there was anything that we could do to help our son, we would try. We trusted Stacy's opinion and insight into the spiritual realm. And so, Carrie called Robin. After their talk, Carrie went through a transformation like I had never seen before. Their conversation gave Carrie a sense of calmness, as well as re-energizing her strength. Not only did Robin give my wife insight into herself, but she also gave us information regarding Ethan that lifted our spirits. She told us the surgery was necessary to cure his disease. She described a focal lesion on his pancreas, just to the right of center, with long tentacle-like fingers coming off the main body. When we spoke to Laura, the physician's assistant, we told her what we learned from Robin. She said she would communicate the information to the surgeon. On the day of the surgery, Carrie and I were confident and calm. We knew everything was going to turn out all right. Ethan held on to us tightly that morning. He also conveyed the same sense of confidence and assurance. The surgery was supposed to take 3 to 6 hours. 1 hour into the surgery, Laura emerged and pulled our family into a private room. I had no idea what she was about to say, except I noticed the beginning of a smile forming. Her words were music to our ears. Ethan had an extremely large focal lesion just to the right of center. There were some long tentacle-like projections coming off the lesion. You will get the full report from the doctor. Laura gave me a big hug, then began to dance around the room singing, "It's a focal lesion, it's a focal lesion." An hour later, the surgeon spoke to us. He told us Ethan was doing well and was in recovery. He said the lesion was quite large, but that enough of the pancreas was left intact to function normally. We saw Ethan 3 hours following surgery. Even though he was still a little groggy, he gripped our hands with all his might. letting us know he was going to be all right. 1 week later, he met his final challenge. He had to pass an 18-hour fast without his blood sugar dropping below 70. Not only did he pass, but his blood sugar levels were stellar. We were allowed to bring our son home on Memorial Day weekend at the precious age of 6 weeks. It was the best feeling in the world. A child's love is a gift from God. The power of a child's love is amazing. It gives you the strength and drive to keep going. Throughout his hospitalization, Ethan rarely cried. He looked at us with his penetrating big blue eyes and communicated an understanding we couldn't quite explain. He was in so much pain, yet he was able to convey a sense of calmness and hope. He carried an inner strength that persevered through more trauma than I had experienced in 32 years. We are so proud of our son. He demonstrated courage beyond his years and a genuine love for life. He is truly our little miracle. Ethan has brought so much joy into our lives and has touched many other lives as well. We received many letters of support. One letter, addressed to Ethan, demonstrates what an impact he had.
Dearest Ethan, I truly believe that each of us has been put on earth by God for a very special purpose. We each come to find this purpose, sometimes when we are young, sometimes when we are quite old. But here you are, just a few weeks old, and I truly believe that you have already begun to fulfill your purpose on earth. You are truly an exceptional little boy. You have faced a life-threatening illness, surgery, hospital, and probably more needles than many of us wish to have in a lifetime. But through God's grace and the dedication of doctors and nurses, you are now happy and healthy. But you have done so much more, things that you are not aware of, but oh, how important they are. You have taught many of us to have faith. Sometimes we take things for granted, and yet there was not one among us that did not pray nightly for you and your mom and dad. You reminded us that there is a power much greater than ourselves, and that so much of what we do and what we have is because of God's goodness. You reminded us that little things really aren't that important, except when that little thing is named Ethan. You've taught a lot to your mommy and daddy, too. Together, they have faced some of their most frightening moments, and because of you, they did it with strength and grace. Mommy learned what motherly love is all about, and you only have to look in her eyes to know that she loves you more than life itself. Each time your eyes met, she knew that you were telling her that you were going to be just fine. You gave her strength and love. And Daddy, well, dads are supposed to be super strong, capable of handling anything, our own personal superheroes. And from somewhere deep within your daddy's soul, he did all of that and more. He took care of you and Mommy, always being strong, even when I'm sure his heart was breaking. He moved you into your new house, went to work, and went to school. He was always there for your grandparents, too. You really do have your own superhero for a dad. You made him realize the strength, patience, and goodness that he has within him. He now knows that he can truly face any problem that comes his way. The lessons you taught your mommy and daddy will never be forgotten. As for me, well, you have taught me to take things in stride, that worrying over little things is senseless. You have also taught me that when the big problems come along, God will be there to show me the way, and I only have to let Him into my heart. I have your picture on my refrigerator, and each morning I see your beaming face looking back at me, and I am reminded of all that is right in the world, and I remember to thank God for His goodness. So, Ethan, you have had a pretty powerful impact on this world already. I can only imagine what is ahead for you. Your life is filled with wonder and promise. Never doubt what you are capable of. Never doubt the love of your parents, and never doubt that God holds you very close to His heart. Enjoy a wonderful life, one day at a time. Aunt Sue. Empty Still. Robin's commentary regarding empty still. All events are purposeful. No matter how brief a pregnancy, it is purposeful for the being who is to be the child of those parents. I am able to connect with that spirit and help the parents find peace and closure on this painful experience in their life. Even the tragedy of a stillborn child or of a child who dies young is only tragic from an earthly perspective. From the larger life view, these are exactly the experiences chosen by these beings to fulfill their purposes for these particular lives. We may never know or understand them, but the lives lived, as they were lived, were purposeful and fulfilled. The most important thing we can do is to make sure that we parent with our soul eyes, not our human eyes. So we're parenting in a new way for the future, not just recreating the way we were parented by our own folks, although sometimes that's not too bad either. If you have experienced an abortion, miscarriage, or death of a child, there is a strong likelihood that you are consciously or unconsciously still in relationship with that soul. I suggest you either work with a psychic who can help you attend to your grief or make up a ceremony on your own.
Empty Still by Jean Morgan. Acknowledge the presence of your child in your life, no matter how brief the encounter. Hidden truths, dark secrets, wounds deeply masked from view that affect every breath. We all carry them around. The reality of what had recently transpired carried a weight I had never imagined. Guilt seeped in through my pores as I gazed out from the mountain, looking at the vast desert below me. 3 weeks earlier, I had heard the heart-wrenching scream that tore me from a deep sleep. I found my wife pacing the small room in a frenzy. Clutched tight in her grasp was the pink marker. She was pregnant. The impact of her words sent me reeling. We had only been married 4 months, and already the relationship was on the rocks. I had been played the fool and married a cocaine addict. Like a knight on his shining white horse, I rode in confident that I could overcome any obstacle and save this maiden in distress. I stepped up to the challenge of recovery and met it head on, yet it soon became apparent that the empty promise of staying clean bore deeper repercussions. I was shut out completely. Emotionally, sexually, she had become a stranger to me, and I had become a stranger to myself. I was lost in trying to navigate in a cesspool of rejection. Fear gripped me. How could this be? My mind raced, covering the vast, uncharted territory of memory. Sex had become a lost pleasure. Intimacy of any kind was non-existent. She had shut me out, even on our wedding night. The days had turned into weeks, and the weeks now months. Then the desert came to mind. Oh, the desert and its shimmering heat waves of seduction. A month earlier, we had taken a long weekend under the guise of a romantic getaway. The romance was limited to a lounge by the pool and a nice dinner. For the most part, I was alone and left to wander aimlessly, while my wife stayed indoors and out of the heat and ordered room service. On our last day, she stripped down and pulled me callously to the bed. It was time. Within minutes, I was being pushed away as if I was an object of disgust. The faint flicker of hope that had been born was quickly blown out. Her shrieking snapped me back to reality. I reached to comfort her but was slapped away. "Don't fucking touch me." She was adamant about not having the baby and refused to hear any other option. My heart sank, succumbing to the inherent fear of what acceptance would bring. There would be no child born to us. The darkness closed in around me. I was raised differently. I believed differently, yet I could not deny the guilt-ridden relief that overtook me, like a tidal wave, and left me in a state of shock. Deep inside, I felt the pain with each breath. Was this not supposed to be one of life's great joys? A blessing? The questions raced through my head, pounding for answers in the deep recesses of my brain. But none came. The silence at home was unbearable, and, after a few weeks, I found my way back to the desert and climbed high into the mountains, overlooking the plains. My thoughts wandered through a maze of guilt and shame. I couldn't bear to reveal the truth to anyone else, let alone face it myself. My illusion of love and marriage had been shattered into 1,000 little fragments of shimmering glass. 2 years later, we divorced. Irreconcilable differences. It is a harsh reality to awaken to one's own truth, and the impact hit me as I crawled away from the experience, conflicted with a strange mix of devastation and relief. Having grown up on the older end of a large family, I had spent a considerable amount of my youth around children, but the sight of them now jolted my memory with guilt. I found myself wondering how old our child would have been. What would he have looked like? His hair color and his eyes? The daydreams were endless and harbored tremendous pain. I resolved to find a way to release the burden, yet didn't know how. Once again, I found myself drawn back to the desert. 4 years had since passed since I had last climbed to my perch. Sunset came as I sat in silence, grappling with my pain, and I found myself praying to a God I had come to doubt even existed. And then the vision came. An angelic little boy seemed to hover in front of me. He smiled with familiarity, and his eyes seemed to pierce my wounded soul. I knew him in an instant, and a wave of peace overcame me as he asked me to name him. I called him Joshua. As his spirit lifted high above, I felt a shift in my heart and knew it would be okay.
I'm Not Your Daddy.
I'm Not Your Daddy by Ralph Barberino. Is it your life purpose to become a parent? People who raise humanity in a conscious manner sometimes choose not to be a biological parent at all. I have known since my teen years that I did not want to become a parent. How did I know at so young an age? I'm a very sensitive person. My father was Italian. My mother was Jewish. I have 3 younger brothers and we grew up in New Jersey. If that isn't a formula right there for insanity, I don't know what is. My parents were not very enlightened, so they never really saw my true sensitivity. My father was an alcoholic. Nobody ever talked about that or ever mentioned it. I saw no joy in my childhood. only pain, agony, fear, sadness, and depression. The only thing I wanted to do in my childhood was to get away from my family. People always said that I would change my mind in time, but I always knew that parenthood was not for me. My brothers and I can now laugh at family stories when we get together, but while they were happening, we were often truly terrified. I think the laughing we do together is cathartic and healing, but the memories never really go away. I was not directly involved in one of my favorite stories, but I felt my brother's pain. During high school, Ben, the third child, was rebuilding his first car. He asked my father to take him to the junkyard to pick up some spare parts. My youngest brother, Jerry, the fourth child, thought he would go along for the ride. My father was very anxious for his teenage son not to be driving the Mercedes, so he was willing to drive them to their destination. Ben and Jerry jumped out of the car and ran into this wonderland of second-hand treasures. They were so excited at the junkyard that they didn't notice the inch of grease on the ground. My father waited in the Mercedes while my brothers shopped. Let me explain a little bit about my father's cars. He came from a poor Italian immigrant family. Like many people who worked hard in the 1950s to attain affluence, success to my father was having flashy and expensive-looking possessions. We lived in an upscale neighborhood, and my father loved his cars. In the 60s, he had Cadillacs. You know, the ones with the fins? And in the 70s, the car my father loved was the Mercedes. He bought his cars secondhand, but he had the name brands. He was also very compulsive about his possessions. They had to be in perfect running condition and perfectly clean. He painted his garage floor and then put down strips of rugs where the tires would rest. That created and maintained an impeccably clean garage floor. Back to the junkyard. My brothers purchased the parts they needed, but needless to say, neither of them noticed that they had been running around in a virtual grease pit. They put their purchases in the trunk and jumped into the back seat of the car for the trip home. At home, my father got out of the car and glanced at his back seat as he went to open the trunk. His beautiful Mercedes was permanently stained with junkyard grease all over the floor and seats. Like an army drill sergeant, he lined up my brothers and made them stand at attention. In front of the whole neighborhood, he screamed at them, "You're idiots, and you are stupid." He repeated this over and over again. After about 5 minutes of this treatment, he looked at Ben, the older of the two, and said, "From now on, your name is stupid number 1. He then looked at Jerry and said, "From now on, your name is now stupid number 2. And that is how they are affectionately known to this day. New Year's Eve, 10th grade. I was staying over at my friend Bruce's house with our third friend, Andy. There was no drinking, but at about 10:30 p.m., we decided to go out in the front yard and bring in the new year with a game of tackle football. I was on the line of scrimmage, with instructions to go a couple steps off the line and cut right. Bruce would hit me with a pass. I caught this beautiful pass, turned around with gusto, because I was going to score a touchdown. What I had not planned on running into was a huge linebacker in the form of a big old tree. The tree did not sustain much damage, but my face sure did. I was a mess. I was scared to interrupt my parents' New Year's celebration, so we went back to Andy's house, where his housekeeper doctored me up. The next morning, I called my mother and forewarned her that I was coming home and that I didn't look too good. But I was okay, and not to be alarmed. Andy's father walked me down the street to my house. My mother was standing in the front window waiting. When she saw me, my face had fresh bruises, and my right eye was black and blue and swollen shut. She started to cry, which sent my father into a rage. He started to scream at me, and he wanted to hit me so bad, he said, "If you weren't in such bad shape, I'd kill you." That is the kind of compassion we got in our household. And then there was the Sunday afternoon family drive. This was always an adventure. My mother would take her seat in the passenger's side of the front seat, and the four brothers would sit in the back seat. Before the engine was even started, my father would turn around and smack all four of us in the face. This was a preemptive strike for any trouble we were about to cause, or as a taste of what would happen if we did cause trouble. It reminded me of an episode of The Three Stooges. These were just a few of the happenings of my childhood. These are just a few examples of how painful my childhood was, and why I saw no joy in parenthood and had no desire to bring up my own children. I felt like my home was a place of ongoing terrorism. I am grateful for having had life experiences that forced me to choose not to become a parent. It allowed me to meet my wife, who was also abused in her childhood. Both of us chose not to have children for the same reason. By my contribution to this book, we both feel that this is an avenue that we can help birth a global consciousness for families to create a world where all children can feel safe in their own homes. I guess, in a sense, we became parents after all.
Part 2. Families. Robin's commentary regarding families. When people intentionally and continuously nurture their connection to each other, they enhance the effectiveness as parents, as creators of families. Creating and sustaining families, in their myriad configurations, allows us to learn and grow together as a human family. Families are the scaffolding for the foundation of raising consciousness in humanity. As we create and nurture our families, let's all remember that. The Joy of Growing Up Italian. Robin's commentary regarding families and the joy of growing up Italian. I was raised in a traditional Christian family by loving parents who were committed to each other and to their children. I was taught to believe that the best choice I could make for my life would be to follow my own mother's example, to marry and have children and be at home with my kids while they were growing up. Due to what I had observed with my parents, I had trusted the traditional Christian approach as the right way to create family. Later, this perception would prove to have disastrous results in my married life. I learned it was not the 10 Commandments that had graced my parents with an enduring marriage. It was their own inner strength and fortitude. They each had earned the other's loyalty. They each had earned the other's trust. However, they and I had mistakenly credited an outside force, the fundamentalist Christian God and the doctrines of evangelical Christianity, with their success. We didn't realize that it was a state of consciousness, a willingness to take all that happens and create the alchemy of wellness, which was at the core of their success and happy relationship. Through the disaster of my first marriage, I learned that not all individuals have the willingness to change and grow. I, as well as my parents, had to redefine my approach to parenting according to the circumstances I had been dealt. That attitude of accountability and responsibility, along with the willingness to change, would be the perspective I would set. That perspective was not based on any formal formula, but rather on my own self-proclaimed creed of staying in a state of consciousness that honors my own intuition and myself. In my devout Christian family, that perspective would cost me the very thing I was trying to create, a stable and happy family. My willingness to choose a lifestyle that was not based on a rigid definition of Christianity was a challenge for my entire extended family. I was willing to risk the relationship with my religion and family members to get out of an abusive marriage. I had attempted in many ways at many opportunities to honor my husband like it commanded in the Bible. I wanted to be a good Christian wife, but how could I honor a man who did not honor me? I decided that my life was worth more than a belief system. It was a deeply painful experience for all of us, his side of the family included. But pain and love are the two greatest teachers. I could not sacrifice my integrity to create a false illusion of family success. If my children's father had been willing to walk through life with me in true partnership, we would still be an intact family. When he abused me, he lost that right, and my kids lost time with their father. Hence, my deep regard for the strength of my parents' marriage. They both wanted it to work, and they did the work required to keep it strong and stay together. The Joy of Growing Up Italian by Elvira Sperduto Oliver. Footnote. Elvira Sperduto Oliver, 1910 to 2010, known online as the oldest blogger on Earth. Her website, theoldestbloggeronearth.blogspot.com/2009, authored The Joy of Growing Up Italian many years ago and shared it with friends and family as a way of connecting with others who shared her heritage. Although her story eventually found its way to the internet with the author listed as anonymous, Elvira was not credited as the author until much later. Her story appeared in the original 2001 edition of Raising Humanity, with the author incorrectly credited as anonymous, because authorship had not yet been claimed or ascertained. Although she is gone now, it feels important to correct the error, with apologies and thanks to Elvira. The persistence of her story is beautiful evidence of the long-term impact one's life and sharing can have on the rest of the world. Teach your child that living in joy is giving back to God. I was well into adulthood before I realized that I was an American. Of course, I had been born in America and lived here all my life, but somehow it never occurred to me that being a citizen of the United States meant I was an American. Americans were people who ate peanut butter and jelly on mushy white bread that came out of plastic packages. Me? I was an Italian. For me, as I'm sure for most second-generation Italian-American children who grew up in the 40s and 50s, there was a definite distinction drawn between us and them. We were Italians. Everybody else, Irish, German, Polish, Jewish, they were the Metagons. There was no animosity involved in that distinction. No prejudice, no hard feelings, just, well, we were sure ours was the better way. For instance, there were the many peddlers who plied the Italian neighborhoods. We had a bread man, a coal and ice man, a fruits and vegetables man, a watermelon man, and a fish man. We even had a man who sharpened knives and scissors. He came right to our homes, or at least right outside our homes. We would wait for their call, their yell, or their individual distinctive sound. We knew them all, and they knew us. Americans went to the store for most of their foods. What a waste! Truly, I pitied their loss. They never knew the pleasure of waking up every morning to find a hot, crisp loaf of Italian bread waiting behind the screen door. Instead of being able to climb up on back of the peddler's truck a couple times a week just to hitch a ride, most of my Metagon friends had to be satisfied with the A&P. When it came to food, it always amazed me that American friends or classmates only ate turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes, and cranberry sauce on Thanksgiving and Christmas. Now, we Italians also had turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes, and cranberry sauce, but only after we had finished the antipasto, soup, lasagna, meatballs, salad, and whatever else Mama thought might be appropriate for the particular holiday. In case somebody walked in who didn't like the turkey was usually accompanied and followed by an assortment of fruits, nuts, pastries, cakes, and of course, homemade cookies. No holiday was complete without some home baking. None of that store-bought stuff for us. This is where you learn to eat a 7-course meal between noon and 4 p.m., how to handle hot chestnuts, and how to put tangerine wedges in homemade red wine. I truly believe Italians live a romance with food. Speaking of food, Sunday was the big day of the week. That was the day you'd wake up to the smell of garlic and onions frying in olive oil. As you lay in bed, you could hear the hiss as tomatoes were dropped into a pan. Sunday, we always had gravy. The Metagons called it sauce. And macaroni. They called it pasta. Sunday would not be Sunday without going to Mass. Of course, you couldn't eat before Mass because you had to fast before receiving communion. The good part was that we knew when we got home, we'd find hot meatballs frying. Nothing tastes better than newly fried meatballs and crisp bread dipped into a pot of gravy. There was another difference between us and them. We had gardens. Not just flower gardens, but huge gardens where we grew tomatoes, and more tomatoes. We ate them, cooked them, and jarred them. Of course, we also grew peppers, basil, lettuce, and squash. Everybody had a grapevine and a fig tree, and in the fall, everybody made homemade wine, lots of it. Those gardens thrived because we also had something else it seemed our American friends didn't have. We had a grandfather. It's not that they didn't have grandfathers. It's just that they didn't live in the same house or on the same block. They visited their grandfathers. We ate with ours. And God forbid if we didn't see him at least once a day. I can still remember my grandfather telling me about how he came to America as a young man on the boat, how the family lived in a rented tenement and took in boarders in order to help make ends meet, and how he decided he didn't want his children, 5 sons and 2 daughters, to grow up in that environment. All of this was spoken in his version of Italian/English, which I learned to understand quite well. So when he had saved enough, I could never figure out how, he bought a house. That house served as the family headquarters for 40 years. I remember how he hated to leave the house. He would rather sit on the back porch and watch his garden grow. When he did leave for some special occasion, he had to return as quickly as possible. After all, nobody's watching the house. I also remember the holidays when all the relatives would gather at my grandfather's house, and there would be tables full of food and homemade wine and music. Women in the kitchen, men in the living room, and kids everywhere. I must have 500,000 cousins, first and second, and some who aren't even related. But what did it matter? My grandfather, pipe in his mouth and thin mustache trimmed, would sit in the middle of it all, grinning his mischievous smile. His dark eyes would twinkle as he surveyed his domain, proud of his family and how well his children had done. One was a cop, one a fireman, One had his trade, and, of course, there was always the rogue. The girls had all married well and had fine husbands and healthy children, and everyone knew respect. He had achieved his goal in coming to America, to New Jersey. His children and their children were achieving the same goals that were available to them in this great country because they were Americans. When my grandfather died years ago at the age of 76, things began to change. Slowly at first, but then uncles and aunts eventually began to cut down on their visits. Family gatherings were fewer, and something seemed to be missing, although when we did get together, usually at my mother's house now, I always had the feeling he was there somehow. It was understandable. Everyone now had families of their own and grandchildren of their own. Today, they visit once or twice a year. We get together at weddings and wakes. Lots of other things have changed too. The old house my grandfather bought is now covered with aluminum siding. Although my uncle still lives there, my grandfather's garden is gone. The last of the homemade wine has long since been drunk, and nobody covers the fig tree in the fall anymore. For a while, we would make the rounds on the holidays, visiting family. Now we occasionally visit the cemetery. A lot of them are there: grandparents, uncles, aunts, and my own father. The holidays have changed too. The great quantity of food we once consumed without any ill effects is not good for us anymore. Too much starch, too much cholesterol, and too many calories. Nobody bothers to bake anymore. They're too busy, and it's easier to buy it at the store. Too much is not good for you either. We meet at my house now, at least my family does, but it's not the same. The difference between us and them aren't so easily defined anymore, and I guess that's good. My grandparents were Italians, and my parents were Italian-Americans. I'm an American-Italian, and my children are American-Americans. Oh, I am an American, all right. I'm proud of it, just as my grandfather would want me to be. We are all Americans now, the Irish, Germans, Poles, and Jews. United States citizens. But somehow, I still feel a little bit Italian. Call it culture, tradition, or roots. I'm really not sure what it is. All I know is that my children have been cheated out of a wonderful piece of their heritage. They never knew my grandfather. The Blessing. The Blessing by Diane Wall. One who knows that enough is enough will always have enough. Lao Tzu. Footnote. Quote from Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu. Chapter 46. Why is it that every time your period is late, the only thing you see on TV are commercials for home pregnancy kits? I've seen more pregnant women on Lifetime TV in 1 week than I've seen in the last 4 years altogether. Or so it seems. Now, let me share. I realize that women all over the world are praying for a blessing. I never thought that the day would come when I would say, "Oh, no, please, God, I'm blessed enough. I'm 50. Oh, the visions flashing through my head. The guilt alone could kill me. Every one of my friends has at least one horror story of someone who couldn't have children or the tribulations they went through in order to conceive at all. Not me. I have 4 grown kids, 2 boys and 2 girls, ages 23, 21, 21, and 18. They will die of embarrassment if I don't first. Where will this little blessing sleep? and our room for the first 6 months or so, as did all the others, my husband will be ever so happy. Why me? Why now? I'm 50 and I'm tired. How can I be as stupid at 50 as I was during adolescence? Can I really be pregnant? I only did it once. Can you even get pregnant at 50? Incredulous. That's about the only word that comes to mind. We just started sleeping again for the first time in 23 years. My son got his license. No more picking kids up at random hours of the night. No carpooling. I'll always look back fondly at those lovely times when you picked up your children and they asked, "Can you drop off so-and-so?" Blindly, I would agree. Where do they live? Okay, let me get my passport. I'm trying to get a hold of myself now and realize there is a light at the end of the tunnel. My oldest son could get married in a few years, and the blessing could have his room. If the blessing is a boy, that would be swell. I wouldn't even have to paint. Did I mention how tired I am? When did I get so old? The very idea of painting makes me want to take a nap. Right now, the idea of early retirement is running through my mind. I used to model when I was young. Recently, I went back to work and I was reassigned to the classic division. Cute, right? That's the name for the old broads, sort of like beloved antique cars. Do you have any idea how many Pilates tapes and hours of yoga it took to be a fit size 6 model after having 4 kids? I'm thinking my income from this particular field could be coming to an abrupt halt. Never mind tuition. Tuition! Catholic school tuition is skyrocketing. Just shoot me now. 70 years old and paying college tuition. I'll be dead by the time the blessing graduates. God, are you still there? Can you hear me? I'm 50 and I'm tired. Did I mention that? All right, this is it. God only gives you what you can handle, right? Look at St. Elizabeth. Late in life, an angel appeared to her and told her she would be blessed with a child. She accepted this wonderful news with joy and thanked God for her gift. Now, I'm no saint, but I thought I would start praying to St. Elizabeth to help me accept God's holy will and to be accepting of what He has planned for me. But then I started thinking, St. Elizabeth had no other children. I bet she didn't even have a car. You wouldn't have seen her running red lights to meet the school bus while trying to make the train. People used to say 35 was the now or never age in a woman's life if you were considering whether or not to have another child. I have 4 friends who opted for a dog when it came down to it. A pet would be a beautiful thing right now. No tuition, either. The only redeeming quality I can think of at this point is that when the blessing wakes up for its 2 o'clock feeding, I'm up anyway. Roaming the house, doing a head count, turning lights off, closing doors, checking for missing cars in the driveway, and listening to phone messages telling me not to get up and answer the phone because I'm spending the night at a friend's. Oh, the joys of motherhood. I do want you to know, though, how much I truly love infants. They are my favorite. But after 3 weeks, I realize the 2s are also quite cute. Would I have to be class mother all over again? I had already done 4 class mother gigs. After providing many cupcakes, plus Christmas parties, Easter parties, St. Patty's Day parties, Valentine's Day parties, etc. I swore years ago I'd never make another cupcake. Did I mention my personal favorite? Class trips. The class mother gets to take the school bus with the kids. Yeah! Now that I'm 50, would they mind listening to a classical music station? It's very soothing. I wonder if I will get a baby shower. I got rid of my crib years ago when they said children could get caught between the bars. I hear they don't use lead paint anymore either. Let's face it, ladies, this monthly thing is no picnic. I've almost been thinking fondly about menopause. After all, enough is enough. I asked my mom recently when she started menopause, and she said 55. I'm still buying Kotex, and my friends are talking about Depends. Are they nuts? Don't even get me started. At that stage in life, don't you want something called definitely? Depends. I think not. What if the blessing has colic? I know God only gives you what you can handle, but does He know I didn't handle that stage well? Does that count? I've come to realize now what I couldn't see then. I needed to learn patience. What a hard lesson to learn. But learn I did. What I know now is that I am not in control. Once I learned to let go and let God, things got a lot better. Now that I know more, I see the mistakes I've made in the past. So I've made some changes. The blessing will have friends that have wisdom beyond their years. They'll spend their free time volunteering in soup kitchens and visiting museums. The blessing will be voted president of the science club and join Habitat for Humanity after school. He will study astrology and plan his day according to the planetary alignment through his natal chart. The blessing will have a garden in the backyard where he will grow totally organic, fresh vegetables with no pesticides and will drink nothing containing red food dye. So, no cupcakes for Valentine's Day. With any luck, maybe he will find a cure for Alzheimer's, so I can be sane enough to still understand how wonderful everyone says my blessing is. One thing I have ruled out is sports. My blessing will not play sports. No more practices, summer camps, early morning games, weekend middle of the day games, etc. One son played ice hockey. His practice ice time was 4:30 a.m. Saturday mornings. By the way, did I mention that I was a wee bit tired? Some mornings at the rink, I would look down and notice I had on 2 different shoes. No more bleachers, no more fields with lights. Let me tell you what lights mean. It simply means that you can go into overtime till tomorrow, thank you very much. I saw kids walking bases so many times that first time I went to a Yankee game, I didn't know why everyone wasn't out on the field and wondered why it was taking so long for someone to get to first base. Boy, those young kids could teach them a thing or two. Did you realize they sell everything at the kids' games, but not good, fresh, hot coffee? People used to look in my trunk and think I'd just returned from a camping trip. I had towels, umbrellas, winter coats, rain gear, water, food, chairs, and pillows. I'll tell you the truth. With 4 kids, each playing 2 or 3 sports, I never really got it. Goals, nets, scores, hits, checks, bases, lines, plates. It's absolutely exhausting. I could use a nap just thinking about it. By the way, did I mention how tired I am? You see, my husband is actually the sports enthusiast. He signed our kids up for everything and, unfortunately, has to work 24-hour shifts for the fire department. One helpful piece of info I can share with you is to mark your child's sneakers with a highlighter. The nice, bright color will certainly be a standout on the field, and you will be able to spot them quite quickly. Don't be expecting any thank you cards when they realize what you have done. I have also ruled out musical instruments for my blessing. No more concerts and trying to figure out when the music really started. Oh, was that a new version of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? I've never heard it play quite so, let me think, long. Would you like a valuable tip? Always drive carpools. When the kids are in the minivan, turn the music way up and keep it all in the back. They'll think you can't hear them and start talking really loudly. This is not an exercise for wimps, and you will hear plenty. After a while, parents will start asking you why you seem to know what's going on, and if you like them, you'll tell them. One thing the blessing has taught me is that I love my life. I love my husband and my family. I am truly blessed. My children are my greatest gifts. I have learned patience, responsibility, kindness, thoughtfulness, forgiveness, and selflessness. I have always told my children to reverse things in their life, and they will always have an answer as to why that situation arose. As I reverse this occurrence of fearing pregnancy again, I think to myself, if I never had this experience, would I realize how wonderful my life already is? I get up every morning and thank God for my blessings. If I wind up with one more child to thank God for, so be it. Happily, I'm writing this after a much-enjoyed trip to the local drugstore for supplies. I am not pregnant. I've never been quite so glad to spend the better part of an hour trying to decide what to buy from such a potpourri of feminine hygiene products. Overnight, extra long, thin mini, mesh liner regulars, ultra thins, heavy flow, almost flowing, thinking about flowing, etc. Phew! What a relief. Thank you, God, now and always, for realizing I'm 50. Did I mention how tired I am? Although now maybe I can start my real career as a stand-up comedian. Amen. A Gay Family. A Gay Family by Aaron J. Love is not based on gender, race, or culture. Love is love. I am a lesbian. I have a very mainstream job in a plastic surgeon's office in Beverly Hills as a surgical nurse. I am exposed to what everyone wants to be. The ideal Hollywood look, youth, and perfection. I feel like one of the most normal girls in the office. I just happen to be attracted to women more than men. There is an occasional guy that makes me think, I could like him. I could be in a relationship with him and be happy and have kids and an easy life. Maybe I'm bi? It comes down to this. Should I try to be with man so I can have kids and a normal life, where I fit in everywhere and my kids will not be teased because of me? I have thought about it many times and sometimes think it would be okay. Most times, I really want to go home with a woman and wake up the next morning laughing about the night before with her, not him. I don't know why. What is strange is that I don't feel gay. I feel like all my friends accept that I am more attracted to women. I don't need rainbow stickers, and I don't hate men. I look straight and act straight. I just want to kiss women. I grew up in Los Angeles, and I'm just a typical Valley girl, wanting my prince to rescue me, except the prince would preferably be female. I don't see the big deal, really. It seems so normal and natural that it is devastating to me that people are killed for being gay. I cannot even comprehend it. I do think in my lifetime things will change, and it will not be such a big deal. Until then, what I do, I do. I always knew I would have kids and be a great mother, just like my own mother. Now, in my later 20s, I have been faced with quite a dilemma. How can I be in a gay relationship and have children? Is it selfish of me to create children that may not know their dad? Is it selfish of me to raise children that could be and probably will be teased for having gay parents? I want my children to have as perfect a life as possible, and I don't want them hurt or suffering because of me. I could never do that. I have thought that I could find a gay man to be the father of the children, and that man could be involved in the children's lives and be an active dad. Then my own homophobia comes out, and I realize I don't want my children to be associated with so many gay people. This is, of course, because I do not feel gay. At other times, I feel like it would be okay and my children would grow up open to all walks of life. Maybe they would not be teased. Is it wrong for me to want children if they will not have a socially acceptable family? Will the parents of my children's friends think I am some perverted freak and not want to associate with me? Maybe I should look at myself as an example for the future. I do not want to be known as one half of the token lesbian couple. I do not want my family and me to be typecast as the gay people. I am open and accepting and see the whole picture more than others do. But what do I say when my child asks about their father? Do I have a right to take away the opportunity for my child to have a father? I do not think so. I want my child to have a healthy relationship with a father. I want to have a loving relationship with their father as well. I feel there are many homosexual people that choose the straight life and live in secret simply so they can raise a family free from the social stigma that accompanies homophobia. What would happen if everyone chose to develop the families they wanted in the manner in which they wanted them? Would society accept diversity? Is it fair for my children to be the guinea pigs for the new America? If I do not use my strength to help start a new American family, then who will? I see a better future full of many people living peacefully, accepting their neighbors' differences. There is no wrong. There is just love. I want to have the courage to know that love is love and know that I will raise loving, healthy, happy children that will have successful lives and futures and love me and the family I have created. I wish the world would catch up with my vision. Perhaps I will try in vitro. One Family's Struggle with Infertility. One Family's Struggle with Infertility by Petit Gilby. Know that whatever method you use to conceive, your baby's soul has chosen you to be its parent. There are few things as heartbreaking as trying to have a baby when it's not happening as quickly or easily as you expected. According to the National Infertility Association, infertility affects 10% of the population today. For me, infertility was truly a life crisis. It affected all areas of my life, including my self-esteem. No one likes to fail, and that's what I felt like, a big failure. All around me, everyone seemed to be getting pregnant. My well-meaning friends told my husband and me to take a vacation and relax, and then we'd get pregnant. But after 12 months of ovulation kits and taking my temperature, it still wasn't happening. Already discouraged, I started thinking it was God's way of telling us we weren't meant to be parents. Slowly, I lost interest in my business, hobbies, and family until a 30-second conversation with a colleague changed everything. She confided that her daughter was conceived via in vitro fertilization. She said that if I was over 30 years old and had been trying to conceive for 6 months without any luck, I should contact a fertility specialist regarding the options available. That day, I made an appointment with the Northern California Fertility Center in Roseville, one of the top fertility centers in the country. After some initial web surfing, I learned some surprising statistics. Infertility is a female problem in 35% of cases, a male problem in 35% of cases, a combined problem in 20% of cases, with the remaining 10% of cases unexplained. After months of tests, my husband and I fell into the last category. Physically, we should have been able to conceive, but for whatever reason, we could not. The good news was that infertility is a medical problem, and 50% of cases do respond to treatment, with a successful pregnancy resulting. We were very lucky. The first procedure we tried, intrauterine insemination, resulted in the conception of our son. Intrauterine insemination involves injecting sperm via a catheter into the uterine cavity during a woman's natural ovulation cycle. Many women also take Clomid, a drug to ramp up egg production, releasing more than one egg during a cycle. I had 3 viable eggs that released during my cycle, but only one fertilized. Was the process worth the result? You bet. However, it was difficult. The tests were invasive, and I fainted a total of 3 times, threw up twice, and ended up on Valium for the final procedure. My husband fared better and was incredibly supportive, comforting me after test with pizza and ice cream. Sometimes I wish I could tell my son that he was conceived on an anniversary vacation in Hawaii, but, as my mom says, a baby is the bottom line, and it really doesn't matter how he was conceived because he's here and very much loved. Part 3. Terrorism. Robin's commentary regarding terrorism. On the morning of September 11th, 2001, I turned on the television and saw the Pentagon and Twin Towers tragedy happening live as I watched. 2 things flashed in my mind. First was the memory of my near-death experience when my great-grandmother informed me that I couldn't stay on the other side because I would be needed on this planet after the twins. All these years, I thought she meant I had to tell people about what it was like to give birth to twins and have one live and one die. Now I had gotten the bigger picture. She had been referring to the collapse of the Twin Towers. I knew that I was no longer a small-town clairvoyant whose family thought she was crazy for expressing predictions about national tragedies. The unthinkable had happened. America was being forced to awaken. I became aware that I needed to help inspire compassion, forgiveness, and unity consciousness in the effort to restore national and planetary integrity. For me, that meant encouraging parents to free their own spirits and minds so they're able to create healthy families. Somebody.
Somebody. Somebody made the alarm that woke the girl to a new morning. Somebody made the dress that was her favorite for the day ahead. Somebody made the lipstick that left a trace from her mom's goodbye. Somebody made the car window that Dad rolled down to remind the girl that she was loved. Somebody made the desk in which the girl sat, ready for the class. Somebody paid the lobbyist to help write the law that granted unfettered access to weapons. Somebody made the flag pin the legislators wore to vote yes for the bill. Somebody mined the metal that made the gun to hold the bullet. Somebody made the trigger with 2 pounds of pressure sent the bullet towards the girl. Somebody made the phone call that carried the words, forever changing Mom and Dad. Somebody made the strap that lowered the coffin into the earth. Somebody made the sign held high in the march, carrying the message. Everybody has to make the decision to do whatever is necessary to stop this madness. Mark Heller. Somebody by Mark Heller is used here with the author's permission.
Conscious Parenting Matters. Robin's commentary regarding conscious parenting matters. By the time the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attack had changed our nation and the world, I had known our next author, Michelle Denny, for years. I knew her before she got engaged to be married, had a fairy tale wedding, and gave birth to her son. I knew her when she anguished over whether to bring another child into this world with so much terrorism occurring. Was it safe to bring children into the world? In her deliberation process, what I discovered is that Michelle is one of the most conscious humans, parents, mothers, and friends that I have ever had the honor to know and love. As you will read in the Conscious Parenting Matters story, Michelle did decide to have another child. She felt compelled to co-create with her wonderful husband a family of integrity and love that would change the world for the better, not only for her children, but for all children everywhere. Michelle learned just how hard a job that is. It is still hard, and she is still doing it alongside her wonderful spouse. Her kids are very fortunate to be loved by such devoted and supportive parents. World events forced Michelle's children to grow up very quickly. Despite all the careful deliberation to bring their children into the world and the careful planning and habits of judicious parenting, Michelle and her husband couldn't protect their children from the harsh realities of our sick global society. When Michelle's children were in their early teens, these young people learned that their mother's childhood friend had been murdered on live television. Imagine the shock when Michelle called me, crying hysterically, needing support, and we realized that even though we had been good friends for many years, we hadn't previously realized that we were both friends with the same family, the family of Michelle's murdered friend. What brought this awareness to us was the unthinkable murder of James Foley as it was broadcast over the television airwaves worldwide. He was beheaded in August 2014, becoming the first American citizen to be killed by the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. An American journalist, James had been captured 2 years earlier and held hostage. Michelle had known that her friend Jimmy had been captured. She and I had prayed together for his safety, but I didn't realize until that awful day that her friend, Jimmy, was James Foley of the Foley family that I had known since I was 10 years old. James and his family had been very special to both of us. Michelle and I had known each other since she was a young adult. Even though I am old enough to be her mother, she and I have a shared social history. We have each remained friends with many of the people we went to kindergarten with. Still, until that terrible day, we didn't know that I had grown up with the parents of Michelle's friend Jimmy, and that I knew the whole family. Jim's family was an integral part of our hometown circle. We both had interacted with and revered the Foleys for decades, but had never made the connection before. It traumatized all of us to imagine the horror Jim must have experienced in the moment when he was murdered. Michelle and I were devastated that such a display of cruelty could make its way into the mainstream media. Watching our beloved friend beheaded on live television caused us severe emotional, mental, and spiritual trauma. It could be said that it's no different than forcing a child to watch its parent being executed by political operatives. It doesn't make any difference if it's the child or a parent or a friend. The trauma inflicted causes nearly irreparable harm to the individual, to the community, and to mankind as a species. We were individually so traumatized that we barely knew how to help each other, much less how to respond to or care for the Foley family, or to others in our community who knew and loved them. Experiencing such trauma makes it hard to be fully present for yourself or your parenting. The distraction of terror blocks and diverts us from our life purpose. It may be a secondary result, but it is no less an intensely potent terroristic crime. When terrorism, whether primary or secondary, is part of our lives, we have to find ways to keep ourselves together for our children. Michelle and I have had to hang tight and really support each other for years. What Michelle and I discussed as we tried to process what had happened to Jim and to us and our own families is that Jim Foley lived honestly, authentically, to fulfill his life's purpose. What more can you ask of a person than a life well lived? He didn't let himself get distracted. To honor him, we must stay focused on our life purpose. We must let him live through us as we tell our stories. Michelle and I think that is what Jim would want us to do. Clearly, that is what his family thinks too. They created the James Foley Foundation to keep his memory and his purpose alive. Footnote: for more information about the foundation, you may visit www.jamesfoleyfoundation.org. Let us remember James Foley as an honorable American journalist who wanted to let us know the truth about what was happening to the Syrian people. Let us not deny the existence of terrorism, but work to eliminate it, to provide a buffer against it for ourselves and our loved ones. Let us speak out and actively work against it by living our lives with loving intent. Let us be like James Foley by learning and understanding our individual callings and doing our best to live in alignment with them. In Michelle's case, she has grown to understand that her primary calling is to be a mother. This is her story, not only about how she was Sean's mother, but about how she intentionally chose to become Kaylee Weston's mom, too. Conscious Parenting Matters by Michelle Denny. The choice of whether and how to reproduce determines the future of the world. I pay my bill and say goodbye to the receptionist, automatically reciprocating her pleasant smile. I close the door and step out into the crisp noontime air. It feels good to have come full circle, and I am relieved, excited really, to be walking out of my doctor's office feeling so content and confident. This time a year ago was a whole different story. So much has changed and healed since then. It is September 26th, 2002, a year and 15 days since my last doctor's appointment. That was where I'd been on that fateful 9/11 morning. I can recall it as clear as day, just as any human being can that was a part of it. It is a morning I will always remember, filled with emotions and images that continue to ripple out, then pulse back into me, impressing upon my core. It's much like the day that the Space Shuttle Challenger crashed. I can remember even the smallest detail from that day, how my friends and I were all huddled together in our 6th grade classroom, sitting quietly, staring intently at the television screen, captivated as the massive steel bird shot into the sky like a missile, then broke apart into streams of smoke and debris as it dove back towards Earth. Even at age 10 in my small hometown of Wolfboro, New Hampshire, I could feel the intimate loss of one of our own. Krista McAuliffe was the first civilian in space, and she was a teacher. My parents were also teachers. Up until 9/11, that was the most defining chunk of history that I had ever actually witnessed, the first national tragedy that had ever lodged into and been absorbed by my young psyche. As Watergate, Vietnam, and the assassination of John F. Kennedy had devastated my parents' generation, September 11th, 2001 was the pivotal event that would unite all of us and crush all of us in 3 calculated and callous blows. That dark day would rock a sleepy nation from its slumber. There was such irony to that morning. It was cool, crisp, and bright. The sun's rays were bursting through the rich greens of the grass and trees, seeming to illuminate them from the inside out. It was the kind of morning that makes you move instantly away from summer and start sprinting towards fall. There was newness in the air that you could taste as earthy smells began to rise up from the ground, gently seeping into the palate and lungs with each hungrily inhaled breath, the first hints that summer was blending into fall. Soon the trees would be erupting in an unbridled symphony of color across every hillside, that last brilliant burst of life before death as the earth begins to turn herself inward and away from the coming harshness of winter. I have come to love this season, to derive great inspiration and peace in witnessing its ever-changing process. I could feel that excitement pulsing through me as I rushed out the door and jumped into my waiting car. I had just dropped off my 13-month-old son, Sean, at my best friend Ryan's house so that I could escape for my annual gyne exam. Ryan and I had joked about it as I left, rolled our eyes at one another and laughed. What a way to spend that rare hour away. I was, however, looking forward to seeing the women who had taken such good care of me during my pregnancy. It had been a whole year since I had seen any of them, so I focused on the idea of that reunion instead of the actual reason for the visit. Then I noticed that the energy around me had changed. Pulled from the inner worlds of my thoughts, I realized that the music that had been streaming gently from my radio had stopped. I was instantly captured by the adrenaline-charged tones of reporters' voices as they spoke, tones etched with human confusion, fear, and concern. I arrived at the doctor's office at 9:07 a.m., just as the news of the second plane crash began to tear across the airwaves. I killed the ignition, held my breath, and felt the world fall into surreal silence. Could this really be happening? I forced myself out of the car and made my way across the parking lot. This was bad. This was really bad. I could feel the tension beginning to pool at the bottom of my stomach. I opened the office door and padded softly into the reception area, wondering if anyone in the office knew what was going on yet. Sherry, the receptionist, was the first person I saw. "Why don't you have a seat, Michelle? Mary will be right with you." She paused a moment, then continued. "She just got off the phone with her son. He's okay as far as we know, but she hasn't heard from him since the second plane hit. His office is only a couple of blocks away from the World Trade Center." Sherry's voice dropped off, and I floated to the couch in the waiting room as my brain struggled to assimilate what I had just heard. Mary's son was there, in the city. I sat in stunned disbelief as the last layer of protection that I had fashioned around myself was blown away. There had been something about knowing that I was tucked away in the valleys of the White Mountains that had made me feel safe up until that point. But reality was starting to settle in. I could no longer pretend. In this little office, 5 hours away from the terrorist attacks, I suddenly felt exposed and insecure. I was about to look into the eyes of a woman who was being intimately affected by the unthinkable horror that was unfolding. I sat in the exam room wearing a loosely fastened gown strategically covered by a sheet. What the hell am I doing here? Is there a way to excuse myself politely? I imagined that the last thing this poor woman wanted right now was to deal with me. There was a light knock on the door, and Mary entered, my file pressed to her chest. She seemed all right on the outside, as far as I could tell. I watched her walk in and take her place on the stool in front of me. Calmly, she opened my file and scanned the top sheet of paper. She asked me how I was feeling. "Is Sean doing well? And Patrick?" I was caught off guard by how present she was and how easily I was able to answer her questions. She was genuinely interested in what I was saying. I watched her while trying not to let her know it. How could she possibly have it so together? It was amazing. She asked me again about Sean, and, like any mother who is absolutely in love with her child, I was soon gushing about how wonderful he was, how much Patrick and I were enjoying him, and how blessed we felt to have this precious little boy in our lives. And that's when I saw it. My ramblings were beginning to touch her somewhere deep inside her heart. I continued to talk and watched as her eyes moved downward, refocused inwardly. I watched what must have been her own sweet memories of motherhood play themselves back inside her mind's eye. A reminiscent smile crossed her lips, and her eyes began to glisten as she raised them to mine. They are truly wonderful, aren't they? Gifts from God. I nodded my head in agreement, softly offering my sympathy about her son. She looked to the ceiling and thanked me, then declined my offer to reschedule my appointment. I was completely awed by her composure, inspired and impressed by her ability to keep it together, and honored to witness this woman's strength in this difficult moment. I left having glimpsed her in a whole new light as both a midwife and as a mother. I drove home tangled in swirling feelings. Everything seemed more and more unbelievable with each minute that passed. The Pentagon had been hit, 2 other planes had been brought down, and one of the towers had collapsed. The emotional overload was beginning to make me feel numb. The irony was that this was the first appointment that I had had since Sean was 6 weeks old. Over the past 13 months, I had felt more love and more joy than I had ever known in the rest of my 27 years combined. And Patrick and I had just decided that we were ready to have a second child. I had gone to the office that morning bursting with pure excitement at the news, and yet, somehow, because of what was happening, I had not been able to mention it. I hadn't even thought to mention it. Everything seemed so up in the air, so unstable. With one swift and colossal act of hate, ignorance, and violence, I found myself stopped dead in my tracks, not knowing which way to turn. Another baby? Bring another baby into this world? The line that had been drawn that day was a line that would separate what had been before from what was now. Our nation, our world, would never ever be the same. I was forced to take a major step back. My heart began to reevaluate my plans and dreams. How could a loving and conscious soul bring a child into such a chaotic and hateful place? I felt warm tears as they began to flood my eyes and looked toward heaven in an attempt to keep them at bay. And that was when my consciousness spoke back, when my inner voice, my higher voice, my clear self in an unknowing internal debate responded. If that is who you are, how could you not? How could you not be the ones to have children? With that answer, logic began to fight off fear. As I stepped away from my doubt and into my soul, I felt those words and knew them to be true. I may not be a soldier or a person who will ever set foot upon a physical battlefield, but I am a warrior of sorts. I hold a very important and powerful place in this war. I am a mother, a woman responsible for molding my child's sense of what is right and what is good. In my heart, I work from places of faith, love, honor, respect, loyalty, and compassion. Although I take the time to teach my son of the consequences of his actions, and am not afraid to hold him responsible for his not-so-good choices, I much prefer to reinforce lovingly the brilliant ones he makes. I parent with as much patience, understanding, and forgiveness as I can muster. Through my choices and my movements, and in the ways that I choose to communicate and interact with others, I teach my son and those around me how to choose, how to be, and how to communicate. It is a simple thing that we all can do: live well, laugh often, and love much. It is in the conscious raising of our children and the nurturing of our relationships with one another that we will find the greatest reward. Over time, the battle will be won by raising smart, compassionate, and caring children, immersed in kind, loving, and supportive environments. I am a stay-at-home mom. I do not receive a paycheck for the work that I do. It is the hugs and kisses and giggles that melt into belly laughs that make it all worthwhile for me. I am with our son every day, and the quality and ease of our relationship has proven to be a greater gift than I ever would have imagined before he was born. I am blessed to live a simple life and to be married to a man who wants the same. We have foregone the road that might have brought our family greater financial stability, and in doing so, have been repaid 10,000-fold by the richness that is our family. Our greatest wealth and success is in the open and loving relationships that we have chosen to create and nurture with one another and with our son, our families, and our friends. A deep sigh escaped my lungs as I exhaled the fresh autumn air that swirled through my car, and somehow, despite the morning's turbulence, I felt peace beginning to settle into my soul. My heart burst open as I felt a deeper form of validation, an internal validation pulsing through my chest for what I have chosen to do with my life. There is no more meaningful, rewarding, or challenging a career than dedicating your energies to being there for your children, through all the good and all the bad, especially the bad. As I neared campus where my husband worked and we lived, I became emotionally overwhelmed by my need to be with my family, to hold my son in my arms, and to feel my husband's arms wrapped tightly around us. I could not get to them fast enough. 2 years later, our angelic daughter, Kaylee Weston, was born. Divinely, Mary was the one to deliver her. Kaylee is absolutely perfect, and we are all, Sean included, completely in love with her. Peace and faith be with you in whatever road you may be on. Breaking Silence. Robin's commentary regarding breaking silence. While I was preparing these comments for Jane Piper's story, the spirit of a woman came to me. This woman, I will call her Ruby, had crossed over, but she was not completely at peace. She wanted to be included in this commentary. She wanted me to share her story as well. Breaking Silence by Ruby. As I was growing up, I thought the life I was living, a life I now know was rife with abuse, was normal for girls. Footnote. Pause for a moment and take that in. Jane Piper, who was born a generation after Ruby, knew instantly that abuse was not normal. Ruby, however, thought that the mistreatment she experienced as a female was to be accepted without question, that it was just how things were. In my world, it was normal. I assumed abuse was to be expected, and that this was true for every other female as well. As I grew older and eventually left the home where I had been raised, I was shocked to learn that there was a different way of experiencing life as a woman, even for women in my own generation. I learned only after I was in college that the normal I had known as a child was not universally normal, but learning this truth did not take away shame. While I was still alive, I could never bring myself to speak about my trauma. For a long time after I died, I thought I had failed myself as a woman and as a mother because of my inability to talk about what had happened to me. While I was living in my body, I couldn't get myself to speak of it, so I tried to write about my trauma instead. Still, I could get to a certain point in my story, but then go no further. After repeated attempts to continue, I realized I could not, so I stopped. It was quite some time after my death before I was finally able to come to a deeper understanding of my choices. I guess I needed time to realize that my choice not to speak, because speaking about it was traumatizing in itself, had actually been the right choice for me. I am not a victim anymore. My choice not to air my dirty laundry while I was alive doesn't mean that I was still fearful or accepting of abuse anymore. I learned well into my senior years that the way to healing for myself was to choose to know within my own mind and heart that I had changed. I claimed my own power. Where I had been naive and had so much internalized misogyny when I was younger, those factors no longer forced me to keep silent. My choice to remain silent after I understood what had happened to me was a choice I made out of self-reflection and self-love. For a long time, I thought that the only way to heal was to shout out loud to the rooftops that I had been harmed, hurt, by my abusers. All of that changed when I realized that a large part of my trauma was related to the process of confession within a religious context. In the religion I was raised in, the religion I practiced my entire life, my so-called spiritual advisors, the authorities to whom I was required to confess, were also enablers of the abuse I was experiencing. Finally, I understood that I was under no obligation to explain my experience to anyone, and certainly not to the whole world, not even to my church leaders. I finally understood that I didn't have to react to my experiences in the same way others have. I finally knew that I had the right to claim my own sovereignty for deciding how I wanted to move forward. When I learned that a contributing factor to my trauma was the religious practice of confession of sins to the appointed leaders of my church, I began to see the abuse I had endured was just part of the larger framework of male dominance and power that tries to control human existence in much of the world. Confession in my church was required as part of the ritualized penance and worthiness assessment I had been taught was necessary for me to return to God and earn the love of Jesus Christ. Now I know when one is compelled, coerced really, to confess as personal sin the abuses others impose on us, this process is itself a violent, terroristic action designed to keep people, especially women, from knowing and exercising their own power and authority over themselves. The power differential between a man in authority and a woman in need of grace is never more stark than in the therapist's office or the confession booth. I was well into my 60s when I finally met someone, a psychologist, a compassionate and knowledgeable female psychologist, who immediately understood my trauma as trauma and helped me to articulate it privately to myself so I could understand its significance. As I gained understanding, I was able to release myself from the bondage of the unrighteous dominion of patriarchy. I didn't need absolution from my church. I didn't need an authoritative intercessor to act on my behalf. I could act on my own behalf using my own spiritual power. Now I know that I have, in fact, always been loved by Jesus Christ. The feeling that I was not so loved was an insidious poison injected into my soul by the malicious forces of patriarchal religion. My psychologist friend helped me to see that I had continued the legacy of self-shaming even in my reactions to becoming aware of the abuse I had endured. Once I fully understood the dynamic at work in my life, I made the choice to no longer participate in the spiritual manipulation of ecclesiastical confession. I knew I needed to call a halt to the generational transfer of the wounds I had sustained, and my way of stopping that transfer was to create a boundary between myself and those who were manipulating me. When I finally realized that I had been coerced to be complicit in my own shame, I was set free. I set myself free. I no longer needed assistance or permission from anyone else to release my shame. When I was mortal, I was not able to safely participate in women's rights demonstrations or even acts of open defiance. Now that I am able to speak freely, I am remembering those moments when I could remove my bra at the end of the day. Ladies, every time you take your bra off, even if it's just in the privacy of your own home, let it serve as a private ritual, a reminder that you do have a voice, you do have choices, and removing your bra can be symbolic of removing those bonds and claiming your own autonomy and authority. Brassieres and their predecessors, the girdles, corsets, and chastity belts of our grandmothers, and any other kind of clothing that may be foisted upon us to suit the dictates of those in power, were literally created by men as a way of restricting, restraining, and controlling women. This story is my bra-burning moment, my declaration of independence. Many of us have been taught to think that choosing to not speak out is a cop-out, a failure of courage. Those people who feel compelled and able to speak up are vocal warriors. For a long time, I felt that I, too, was meant to speak out, but I was so coiled up with my trauma that I just couldn't do it. If you feel similarly, if you find that for some reason you can't bring yourself to tell your story, then Jane Piper's story and my story are both for you. My story is a difficult one to tell. I've shared here as much as I have ever shared with anyone, and I know that Jane's is a difficult story for her to tell. It will quite possibly be difficult for you to read. Please keep in mind as you read that the focus is not on the trauma, but rather on the healing. Vision of a Night Never Void of Stars. Robin's commentary regarding A Vision of a Night Never Void of Stars. Did you ever wonder, when you choose to talk boldly about a trauma that you experienced, if the sharing of your story can heal yourself and also heal others, especially family members whose blood you carry inside of you? Think about this. If, like Ruby, your ancestors didn't dare speak up about the abuse they experienced, or if they didn't even know that it was abuse because of their own cultural indoctrination, wouldn't the souls of those who came before you have experienced trauma as well? Ruby came to me to say that healing yourself also helps to heal your ancestors, to release them from their trauma imprint. Science backs her up. The scientific expression of such changes is called epigenetics. Simply put, epigenetics, as applied to developmental psychology, can explain that how we interpret or feel about an event or about something in our environment can literally change our DNA. Footnote. For more information about epigenetics, go to www.nih.gov/health/topics/topics/index.cfm. For example, when someone is in an environment where they are being abused, acquiescing to the abuse as a way of surviving it is like spiritual incest that dominates our very bodies, our DNA. For literally the entire history of our species, this fear, born of the dangers inherent in living as a female on this planet, has been an ever-present danger for all women, and it's a fear that has been passed on to every subsequent generation. That fear of survival is another version of terrorism. It's an unspoken mandate of the patriarchy. We don't have to unconsciously enable that terrorism to dominate the human race anymore. We no longer have to maintain the silence that contributes to the spiritual incest. Understanding this new paradigm gives us pause to contemplate new ways of healing our bodies, minds, and souls. In this next chapter, Jane Piper offers up her personal story about being a victim of rape. She shares it here as a surrogate for others who have had similar experiences to help others heal themselves. It's Jane's understanding that speaking up about these kinds of traumas will heal her and help us all to help each other to release and eliminate the rape culture that so thoroughly permeates society. Jane Piper's story shows us that it is possible to heal from trauma, even if it's trauma that entered our genes at the time that we were conceived. We can heal our terrorized DNA and halt the insidious legacy of generational trauma. We can heal by choosing to let the energy behind our decisions come from a place of love rather than fear, we can reclaim all that is holy and divine in us. This is how we change our DNA. This is how we change and eliminate rape culture. Vision of a Night Never Void of Stars by Jane Piper. This story is dedicated to my dear Di, who unknowingly gave me the courage to get up and say, "This happened to me, and I'm going to be all right." Trigger warning. This passage includes themes regarding assault, sexual violence, and kidnapping. This story refers to violent events that may be triggering to some listeners. It was my father's birthday. I had planned my afternoon to fit in a few minutes of downtime so I could call him and wish him a happy birthday. My parents are in Canada, and we're not really the long-distance gift-sending sort of family, so the birthday call is top priority. Not just for a chat, but also for the obligatory birthday song sung in the most creative and often embarrassing way as possible. Using a cell phone in public, singing at top volume and off-key makes for an entertaining moment for some lucky passers-by. I was working as a personal assistant, and after running a few errands, I decided to speed through some grocery shopping before I had to pick up my boss's kids at day camp and take them to their tennis lesson. There, I'd have a spare moment to call my dad, and, with the time change, I'd hopefully catch him at home. I had it all planned, but I never made the call. I never picked up the boss's kids. After loading the back of the car with groceries, I climbed up into the driver's seat and arranged my purse on the center console. When I turned to close the door, there was a man blocking the door. In a matter of seconds, he pushed his way into the car and locked the doors. He shoved what I thought was a knife against my side. I later discovered it was a corkscrew. This upset me since I figured he couldn't do much damage with a corkscrew, but the stab wound scar on my leg will always remind me I was wrong. Sadly, we've all heard stories and news reports. Many have nightmares, but mine came true. I was forced into the furthest back seat of the Suburban with no windows or doors to open for escape. I tried my hardest to defend myself, but after being severely beaten, my blood splattering across the seat before my eyes, I realized that if I did not comply, I would no doubt be killed right there in broad daylight in the parking lot of Ralph's grocery store. The man raped me while repeatedly punching me in the face and screaming at me. When he had finished, he announced that we would be going for a drive. I knew he was going to kill me. The enormity of the SUV with its tinted windows had made for the perfect prison. But finally, opportunity came my way. There was no way for him to drive and keep me in the back seat at the same time. Seeing as it was 3:30 on a sunny afternoon in Brentwood, California, and the parking lot was far from empty, he decided he better get out of there fast. He chose to leave me in the back and commanded me to stay put. As soon as he got to the front, I leapt into the center seat and desperately tried to get out of the car. I was so hysterical that I couldn't even figure out how the door locks worked. I pressed every button on the door in despair and, as though a beacon was suddenly showing the way, the window began opening just as the car began to back out of the parking spot. I barely remember jumping out, but somehow I squeezed through the opening. As he tore out of the parking lot, I ran for my life into the supermarket. The police were called immediately, and an ambulance took me to the Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center for treatment and a rape kit. Fortunately, the beast left his DNA behind, although it has yet to match any other in the databanks. I have hopes that he will soon be found so no other woman will have to endure his torture and terror again. My life changed that day. The life I'd lived before getting into the car was over. The person I had been before was dead. With her died her independence and self-reliance. She'd been a woman who always felt safe and had a strong sense of personal security. She trusted her instincts and trusted most people. But that woman was gone. I wasn't me anymore. The me I'd known my whole life was obliterated. Physically, a mess. Emotionally, destroyed. It took a long time before I believed I could rebuild, but I caught a glimmer of the hope that would be the source of my healing only a few days after my assault. I was taking my first shower since I'd left the hospital. I'd been afraid to and in far too much pain. It had been a couple of days and I was putting it off since the shower at the rape treatment center had been so awful. At the time, I could barely stand up. My hair was falling out in clumps and was so matted I couldn't wash it. A nurse had to cut out a big chunk. This was my last shower memory, and I was afraid to wash away more of myself, as if bathing might cause me to lose the last part of the identity I was grasping onto. The funk I lived in those first couple of days comforted me somehow, or maybe just distracted me. I wasn't really living, just going through the motions. Ice on the face, ice off the face. Look at the bruises. Stare at my unrecognizable face in the mirror. I replayed the attack uncontrollably in my head like a skipping DVD. I always say attack. It seems less scary, more general than the R word. It doesn't make people feel as uncomfortable, like they should do something, but no, they can't. I wanted out of the funk, I guess, because I finally took a shower. What happened in the shower changed my life. The cleansing of the water opened up something in my consciousness. I'd had visions before that have guided me to do things in my life. But this was a vision that connected every other vision I've ever had together, as if everything in my life had been leading up to this one moment. As I stood there, water running over me, 2 days of dirt was washed away, and with it went sadness, anger, guilt, confusion, helplessness, loss of control, terror, and self-pity. Every emotion swirled down the drain. In a brief moment, I came to an instantaneous understanding. I suddenly knew why I'd had this horrific experience, why I'd been chosen to be a victim of such brutal violence. I remember the moment as if I were watching a movie of my future life. The movie was on fast forward, so I don't remember some of the specifics, but as they replay now as reality in my life, I remember them from that moment in the shower. I got out of the shower a different woman. I immediately told my boyfriend that I realized I'd been raped and beaten because I had to have that experience in order to do what I needed to do with my life. I told him that I would someday write about my story, and from my experience, I'd be able to relate to other women's similar experiences around the world. Sharing my story experience would one day empower me to help others come forward to share their stories. A new collective voice among women and all of humanity would be created, where, until now, there has been mainly silence. I would create an organization to bring together survivors to express their stories and the feelings experienced through the healing process. In empowering women to rid themselves of the shame and secrecy that surrounds rape, we would create a new population of women strengthened by our experience instead of being victimized by it. By uniting and using all forms of creative expression, we would together address the notion of violence and begin to tackle the great feat of ending it. I felt such a range of emotions after my attack, but I never really felt shame, except for how I looked. I can't lie about how I hated my ugliness. So often, when we hear about rape, we hear about women's shame for what happened to them. They sadly often stay silent and tell no one, neither the police nor a doctor. They mistakenly feel responsible and embarrassed and want to keep it a secret forever, as if they were the ones who had done something wrong. These feelings never came to me. Footnote. Editor's note. It is important to understand that shame comes from external cultural forces that surround and shape all of us and empower the people who would abuse us. It is possible to stop accommodating shame and shut it down, but in moments of trauma, it can be difficult to remember how to protect ourselves in this way. Please seek compassionate professional guidance and therapy if you find yourself facing trauma recovery and/or shame. Perhaps I was fortunate to have been attacked by a stranger in broad daylight in a wealthy neighborhood. I never felt responsible. All those disgusting blame games that defense attorneys love to play wouldn't work on me. My sexual history wasn't in question. I wasn't walking down a dark alley. My skirt wasn't asking for it. I didn't start something I couldn't finish. None of the horrifying, malicious justifications rape survivors often have to endure fit my case, so I felt no desire whatsoever to hide what had happened to me. I wanted everyone to know. I knew my life was changed forever, and I wasn't willing to pretend that I was the same old person. I wasn't. It was all part of that odd moment of clarity I felt that day in the shower. Everything was laid out in front of me. I would write about my experience. I would speak about it publicly and break down the concept of violence. I would talk about being terrorized in the same United States that condemned other countries for harboring terrorists. I really believe I was a victim of terrorism, one of many. Rape is a silent yet rampant form of terrorism striking hundreds of thousands of people each year in the U.S. alone. It is a form of local terrorism that gets almost no national media attention, yet affects a huge percentage of American citizens. Although rape has long been considered a form of terrorism limited to female victims and male perpetrators, more complete recent data indicates that LGBTQ, trans individuals, and people of color are disproportionately targeted with physical violence, including rape and murder. I point no fingers, but have so many questions. There are so many things to fix in our society and so many things to fix within us. I was bombarded with the notion of violence in general. Why do human beings kill or hurt one another willfully? Why is violence sometimes justified as in just wars? Yet that same act can be considered inhumane and punishable by life in prison or even death. How can we live in such a constant state of hypocrisy and expect our children to grow up feeling compassion and empathy for one another? I am a grown woman, and I'm not sure I could explain to a child why one act of violence is acceptable and necessary, but other similar acts are against the law and evil. I'm not sure I would want to attempt that explanation, not even to an adult. We've worked very hard to try to create a justice system that is just that, just. When someone commits an act of violence, it is not acceptable on a local, state, or federal level to strike back in vengeance. Such acts of vengeance will also be addressed in a court of law. Footnote. Editor's note. This is the ideal for our justice system, and this is how many people believe and hope it works. Recent events highlight the reality that the current justice system is heavily patriarchal, in that it often appears to favor white, male, privileged in some way and/or powerful people, generally at the expense of those who fall outside those categories. More discussion of the ethics and morals of this problem appears below. However, when we look at our international policies, we strike out in vengeance quite often. We use the term defense, but we are often not defending at all. We are striking out with a strong offense, and innocent people who happen to get in the way of our targets are usually hurt. Of course, those targets always involve other human beings. How do we explain this to a child? How do we explain it to ourselves? Do we value all human life or just certain lives? Most importantly, do we really think we can live in this hypocrisy and not have it affect our children and us? Our views of the world? Our local and global communities? Are we not teaching that violence is how changes are made, how problems are solved? And if this is the message being spread, consciously or not, does it not bleed over into all forms of violent behavior? Rape is not a sexual act. Rape is violence. It is violence using the sexual organs as both weapon and target. There is nothing sexual about rape except its after effects. Since it is an attack on the sexual organs, there is inevitably sexual dysfunction during the healing process. This is hard to avoid, as the psychological effects of the trauma often last for years. It is difficult for the mind to let go of terror, and when terror is associated with a certain act, it is difficult and often uncontrollable to disassociate from those feelings. Many psychologists and psychiatrists, footnote. See, for example, Judith Herman, MD, Trauma and Recovery, The Aftermath of Violence, From Domestic Abuse to Political Terror, Basic Books, 1992. Have compared the trauma of rape victims to that of combat veterans and political prisoners. So, again, we come back to violence in general. Why do we accept it, teach it, live it, ignore it, encourage it, profit from it? Sadly, I don't have the answers. These are questions that must be addressed by all of us individually as human beings and collectively as a society. However, I think we can learn a lot from the survivors among us. In sharing our experiences and not keeping them as dark secrets, we shed light on that darkness. Every time we do this, it helps to bring us all closer to a world of nonviolence. We first have to accept that darkness is among us and within us. It is here that survivors are so valuable to humanity, for we have experienced the darkest of times and survived them. In many cases, we become stronger because of the challenges the darkness forced us to face in the world and within ourselves. We are all just mirrors of one another, rejecting what we fear in some, accepting what we love in others. I returned to my vision that day in the shower, just days after my brutal attack. I have embraced the horrors I experienced. I have looked for the strength the experiences brought me. I have struggled, cried, and screamed in frustration and anger. But each day I move closer to creating the reality of my vision. I founded Survivors and Artists for Abolishing Violence, SAAV, an organization dedicated to developing a collective community voice using creative expression to empower survivors to share experiences and spread awareness on the issue of violence. I envision that one day the organization will grow to cover the spectrum of violence prevention. Programs will be developed to work with parents and children and the parental element that exists within each of us. We must instill in each child across the globe the integrity to pursue a world based in nonviolence, so that collectively we may all envision a world of peace. SAAV will one day create cross-cultural festivals to tour the world teaching compassion, empathy, and tolerance to populations at war with one another. It will hold workshops with men and women, racist organizations, and the populations they are prejudiced against, including Christian right organizations, gay rights groups, and the Israelis and Palestinians. It will bring people together to discuss their fears and hatred face to face, to find similarities where they least expect them. Tragically, we have yet to fill the void left by the necessary separation of church and state. But we don't need one religion or another to teach children and adults the importance of compassion, respect, love, kindness, empathy, and a strong sense of self. We teach best by example. So we've got to start living this example to pass on the kind of world our children deserve. It is a grand dream and a beautiful vision, but I believe it can happen. I believe in communication, and I believe in the power of coming together. Some would say I experienced evil and looked it right in the face. I thought it would kill me, but I survived. I have faith that there is good everywhere, even in that same evil that attacked me. Perhaps the being we see as evil is just someone who hasn't been exposed to enough good. Or perhaps those of us with potential for evil, and I believe that is each of us, have never been given an opportunity to express the rage or anger that creates evil within. If we can learn to express those feelings in nonviolent ways, perhaps the need to act violently would be deterred. It's an idealistic, airy-fairy notion, if I do say so myself. But if we don't believe in that possibility, what exactly can we believe in? As an actor and a stand-up comic, I used to do a bit about why we have such extremes in society. We either fight and kill or we dance, wearing long, flowing gowns, singing songs in a circle. Lodged somewhere between kumbaya and assault weapons is the answer. I'm not sure what it is, but it's there, staring us in the face. We're just too busy frolicking and killing, or worse, doing nothing, to figure it out. After my horrific experience, my life now has a purpose greater than before. Somehow, the most terrifying, horribly negative experience of my life has become a gift, teaching me empowerment and compassion. This potential lies within each of us, to turn negative into positive. We all have the power to make that change, and we surely don't have to experience tragedy in order to do it. As a survivor, I feel a responsibility to follow a calling of service. I have experienced something that I must use to help others, or else I remain a victim. I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. Being raped didn't destroy me. Before it happened, I might have thought it could, but I have somehow gained power from the experience. We all have access to this power. We just have to figure out what to do with it. Don't Shake Babies. Don't Shake Babies by Tristan and Yvette Bujold. Each of us has a life purpose. Sometimes when the life purpose is achieved quickly, the body may fail, but that does not mean the spirit has failed. The soul is eternal. Approximately 50,000 babies a year are victims of shaken baby syndrome in the United States. 1 in every 4 of these babies dies from their injuries. I was completely unaware of this information until it touched my life in a personal manner. Recently, I was shocked to discover that I had a grandson. The baby's father, my son, Keith, was also unaware that he had a child. We were shocked to learn that not only was our country attacked by terrorists on September 11th, 2001, but our family had been too. My grandson's mother had badly abused him. The state of New Hampshire ordered DNA testing when Tristan had been brought to a local hospital emergency room at 6 weeks of age with severe medical trauma to his brain and brainstem. A thorough medical examination revealed a broken leg and rib that had begun to heal from other ghastly days this infant had endured. Tristan needed to look no further than his own home for the source of his terror. As an infant, he was abused by his own mother. She was arrested for her offenses and sentenced to prison. Although my son had only been intimate with this woman once and barely knew her, he was now a father. How my son wishes he had known right away about this responsibility. He potentially could have saved his son from becoming permanently disabled. The doctor said it was the worst case of shaken baby syndrome they had ever seen. When Tristan was taken to Mary Hitchcock Hospital in Lebanon, New Hampshire, he was not expected to live. But he did live. The abuse he suffered, however, left him totally deaf, blind, and dependent on a feeding tube for nutrition. The damage left him making gurgling sounds because of the inability to swallow and subject to seizures. Because I had worked with Robin previously, I called her to see if she might be able to tell me something about Tristan. In our earlier work together, Robin had predicted a dear friend's death, and on another occasion, she gave me advance knowledge about the death of my husband. I had been grief-stricken on both accounts, and Robin's love had seen me through those difficult times. When I asked her to check on Tristan, Robin and I prayed that Robin be given divine permission to telepathically communicate with Tristan. She made contact with his spirit and communicated directly with him. Tristan said he wanted to be a poster baby for shaken baby syndrome. He didn't want any other babies to suffer like he had ever again. He asked us to promise that we would help him get his message, his life's purpose, out in the open. After this experience, I asked my son if he was willing to have Tristan's story be told. Of course, we all agreed to help Tristan make his life worth living. I share this story to honor my grandson, Tristan. Tristan told Robin that when his mother shook him, his spirit became so frightened that it left his body. We let him know he was safe to be here, that no one would hurt him like that again. During our conversations with Tristan, Robin explained to him the spiritual purpose of the experience he'd had with his mother. After Tristan's spirit was soothed and calmed, Robin watched it spiral back into his body. Robin then began to intuit what other services could help him. She said he needed to be christened and to have someone do alternative healing with him called Reiki, a form of hands-on healing that is channeled from the infinite wisdom of the universe. I called Tristan's maternal grandfather and told him I would like for them to have Tristan christened. They willingly got someone to perform a baptism. I didn't think I could explain what Reiki was to the priest or to Tristan's grandparents, so I undertook my own pilgrimage to seek the ability to give my grandson this gift of healing. I sought out a Reiki master by the name of Dick Purley. He taught me about the process of allowing Spirit to work through us. This is referred to as attunement. Attunement is an ancient form of healing passed down from one master teacher of Reiki to others. Dick showed me the hand positions to use during the process, and then he gave me an attunement, so I could see how it worked and how to do hands-on healing with my grandson. I learned that this ancient art of healing was within my own ability to use with my grandson. I only wanted the best for him on his journey back to God. I was willing to open my heart and mind for what little comfort I could bring to this poor child. When Keith and I arrived at the care unit, Tristan was asleep. It was such a nice day we brought him outside. We had been there for about 5 hours. He never woke up or even seemed to notice the difference between outside and inside. Finally, I got up the courage to do Reiki on him. When I placed my hands on him, he began to move his arms and legs, and his head moved from side to side. I was quite amazed at the reaction, since Tristan does not move much. I left my hands on him for about half an hour, allowing for the healing energy to do its work. We then went back inside to the family room, and an elderly woman came to say goodnight to Tristan. She was leaving for the evening. She said how much she loved him and what a special child he was. She ran her hands over him lightly and said he was doing okay. Then she said she had energy in her hands. She said she could tell if the children were resting peacefully. I asked if what she did was Reiki. She said she simply had the ability to help the children with the energy that came out of her hands. She was a 92-year-old lady and had volunteered there for 25 years. I couldn't believe it. My prayer had been answered. We stayed a while longer. It was so hard to leave him, even though Keith and I both knew this facility was where Tristan needed to be. Tristan began to get uncomfortable and started to cry. He probably sensed we were getting ready to leave. My son was going through the television channels at the time. One channel was having a Catholic Mass. I asked my son to stay on that channel. Tristan quieted down right away. My son was completely amazed. I wasn't. I felt it was what he needed. The whole day I was there, I felt a lot of love surrounding my grandson, my son, and myself. I knew there was someone helping us through this. I just knew my deceased husband was there with us. Tristan has since died. I trust he is now with his grandfather in heaven. Robin says that my husband was there for Tristan the moment he passed over. She says he loves Tristan more than we can imagine. I just know that Tristan was a very special child and extremely bright. Bright enough in his own way to find a family to be born into that would help him express his heart's desire to stop shaken baby syndrome. Tristan has been dead for some time now, but I can feel his spirit with me as I type this. He is begging us to pay attention to what is happening to children. For Love.
For Love by Bob Brown. In a gentle way, you can shake the world. Gandhi. Trigger warning. This story refers to several violent events that may be triggering to some listeners. My name is Robert Brown. I am a retired contract employee with the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, and previously served as a staff employee for the agency for 10 years. My job description is not available for media scrutiny. CIA operations are classified. I have known Robin for years and consider her a person of impeccable morals and character. Robin has predicted several national and international events over the years and has presented her predictions to federal agencies. Some of Robin's predictions include 1. Oklahoma City federal building bombing. Robin reported her prediction that there would be a bombing of a federal building in a western state, resulting in the building being completely demolished and great loss of life. Further, she advised that the bomb would be in a large moving-type truck, parked in front of the building, by a person upset by the Ruby Ridge standoff. This prediction was presented to me approximately 9 or 10 months before the tragic event occurred. 2. Littleton, Colorado. Although Robin didn't report this psychic vision to me directly, I am aware that she reported her prediction of the Littleton, Colorado shooting incident to federal agencies in November of 1998. Robin reported having seen the school shootings happening at a Denver, Colorado school between the dates of April 21st and April 25th, 1999. She saw 2 young men shooting other students at school. She also saw that they would try to hijack an airplane out of the Denver airport. 3. Chandra Levy. Miss Levy was an aide to a member of Congress and lived in an apartment complex close to the White House in Washington, D.C. She had been missing several months and presumed dead. I asked Robin if she felt the victim was dead, and if so, would her body ever be recovered? Robin reported that Chandra was abducted in front of her apartment complex by a man and woman in a dark-colored van. Chandra was accidentally strangled while resisting her abductors. The abductors only intended to scare her into silence about her relationship with the congressman and then let her go. But Miss Levy fought back with such force that they accidentally caused her passing. She said the body was very close to the proximity of the apartment building, in a wooded area used for hiking, and was off the trail only 100 feet or so, covered by brush, at the bottom of an embankment. The body was found almost a year after her disappearance by a man looking for frogs, and it was about 150 yards off a hiking trail, covered in brush, at the bottom of a thickly wooded embankment. 4. World Trade Center and Pentagon bombing. Robin contacted me in August 2000 concerning her visions of terrorist activity in D.C., New York, and Chicago. She was certain the event would occur in September of the millennium year. We both assumed that was 2000. She told me to be very careful at work for the next few months, as she envisioned me standing outside a bombed building. She felt strongly that there were other buildings involved, but they were in another location. She predicted 2 high-rise buildings called the Towers in New York or Chicago were the targets. She predicted terrorists would fly aircrafts into the buildings, causing total destruction of both buildings, and loss of life would be extremely high. She further felt the president's life was in great danger. She also saw our food and water supplies being poisoned. When these events did not happen in 2000, I thought she had been wrong. As we are all aware, her predictions were very accurate. Most people believe the plane forced down in Pennsylvania was intended to crash into the White House or the CIA. After 9/11, I emailed her and shared with her that I remembered what she had said. She then asked me to write this chapter. I was more than willing. My story. I was an average kid growing up in a large dysfunctional family. We kids were left to our own means, with the older ones looking out for the younger ones. I remember walking to school when I was 6 or so, about 2 miles away from our home. I would pass by Isaiah Hickey's house. Isaiah was probably in his late 60s or early 70s, a very friendly, jovial man quite tall and slender. He was a wonderful storyteller. He would always be outside, rain or shine. I would go over to his house on my way to school. Dora would give me a snack and Isaiah would tell me stories. I remember this one quite clearly. Isaiah told me he was getting fat and that Dora told him to exercise. He started out running up and down the street but said the dogs would always chase him. So he decided to run on the electric light wires. He would climb up the pole and then run on them. He said that way no animals or kids or cars would bother him. He said he ran all the way to the North Pole and told Santa to make sure I got a nice gift for Christmas. I, of course, believed every word he said and marveled at it all. I was always late for school. I sometimes didn't even go to school. I would stay with Isaiah and work in his garden and stuff like that. His wife would get really mad at him, saying I should be in school. He would always retort, I am teaching him more than they ever will in there. Well, my mother got the word of my absences. She stopped by the Hickey house one morning during our normal ritual and told Isaiah, You take him to school and explain his absence. I'm done with it all. So I would usually get to school quite late, if at all. Despite my attendance problems, Isaiah was a very positive influence on my childhood development. He was very honest, hardworking, and caring. This man and his wife were the only ones who ever took an interest in me. They passed away when I was in the army, and news of their deaths was quite hard on me. I remember him saying, Don't you be bawling when I die. I will always be there, even if you can't see me, and I will smack you if you're not a good boy. Remember, I am going to a place that I have lived all my life to get into, so you do the same, and we can be together again, up there. He meant every word of that, and I look forward to seeing them both again someday. My father was an alcoholic, and my mother was unstable. My family was really poor, and my mother constantly told me I should quit school and go in the army. So in my senior year, I did quit school and immediately joined the army. That was on a Thursday. The following Monday, I was on my way to Fort Dix, New Jersey. I had forged my parents' signatures on a waiver since I was only 17. My parents didn't even know I had gone into the military until I wrote them from basic training about a month later. I really don't think they cared, just as long as I was gone. I did well in the army and I joined the paratroopers. Jumping out of planes made sense to me because I had to do it on my own. No help from anyone else. I also took all the training I could to be a trained killer. I thought it was the macho thing to do. I did jungle training, ranger training, raider training, and explosive training. I wanted to be the best. After 3 years, I got out. I wanted to try to live as a civilian and raise a family. I worked in a textile factory for 86 days and knew that wasn't for me. So I decided to re-enlist. This time, I had a wife with me. I met her during my 86 days as a civilian. She was from my hometown and was very attentive. I really liked that. She was a very cheerful and attractive girl with a friendly smile. I had by then decided to return to the military, and she was all for it. So away we went. Her, fresh out of high school, and me, going back to the life I enjoyed. We went to Germany for 3 years with our newborn daughter. Glad to be back in the army, I worked hard at being a father, husband, and soldier, all at the same time. Unfortunately, I failed at the first 2. By then, I had started drinking. In retrospect, I see that I had become an alcoholic, although I denied it. I drank to fit in, not knowing it was simply a crutch, an excuse for not taking on family responsibilities. After Germany, we went back to the United States and I was stationed in Virginia. By this time, my wife was pretty well fed up with my self-centered ways and our relationship left much to be desired. I decided to volunteer for Vietnam, get killed, and leave my family the life insurance money to start a new life with someone more responsible. So off to war I went. I decided the best way to carry out my plan was to be in the thick of it, not knowing there was no thick of it. The war was everywhere, not in one central location. I found that it was not easy for a soldier to get himself killed. What finally made the war a personal thing for me was when we adopted a bunch of kids from a local church. We brought them clothing and food whenever we could steal some. One day, we took them out in the country to a rice farm where they could play in a courtyard and have a picnic. On the way out, the Viet Cong ambushed our convoy and made a point of only killing the kids, no Americans. One boy had been like an adopted son to me. His name was Ba, and he had been forced to watch his mom and dad and sister get murdered by the Viet Cong. He had been in the orphanage for over a year and never spoke a word. I would take him away from the other kids and just talk with him, knowing he didn't know a thing I said, but just to let it be one-on-one. After 6 or 7 months, he would hear us coming and be right at the gate waiting for me. He surprised me one day and said, "Ba is Bob's friend." He said it in English, which was so shocking. He had been quietly learning English and no one knew it. Well, Ba was standing right next to me and was killed instantly by a gunshot to the face. I was busy returning machine gun fire and didn't even know he was hit until it was over. I looked down and saw him and 15 other kids, all dead, and another 10 or 15 injured. When I saw this, I just lost it. I couldn't stop crying. I wanted to kill every Vietnamese around me for being so brutal. When I picked him up to be buried, I noticed he had a picture of us standing together, and on the back he had written in English, "Ba and Dad." I buried the picture with him, along with a set of my dog tags. It was all he had of his own. I will never forget him or the people that allowed the killing of innocent civilians. I hope and pray that others can understand that war is simply not the answer to countries getting along. The only ones that profit from war are those in power. The people are the losers. When I got out of the war, I tried civilian life again, this time for about 2 years. I was still a drunk and blamed everything and everyone else but me for my problems. I turned to the army again. By then, my wife was pregnant with my second daughter and, strangely enough, still supportive of me. So I once again packed them all up and off to the army we went. This time, we returned to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, where I had originally started my career. Things were pretty good for a short time, and I didn't drink quite as much. I was aware that I had a problem with booze. I dealt with my alcoholism and was then assigned to Belgium, where my family and I relocated for 3 years. I retired in 1984 and began to work for the Central Intelligence Agency. My work is classified, so I cannot go into detail about that. I can say I am quite proud of the work I am doing and proud to continue serving my country. The agency is a proud organization, but must be very secretive due to the nature of its mission. My wife and I started marriage counseling, and we seemed to be making progress, but I was still putting all the blame outside of me. Finally, I divorced my wife, and she moved back to New Hampshire. I continued counseling for several years. I finally stopped when the counselor said I was doing much better and didn't need to continue any longer. My ex-wife and I made contact again. We discussed her coming back. She returned after our being divorced for a couple of years. We continued counseling and started making progress. We were remarried in 1998. My wife and I became involved in a spiritual practice called Reiki. Reiki is a word that means Holy Spirit in Japanese. It is allowing the faith-healing energy of the Spirit to come through you. To put it mildly, I am astonished at the physical and spiritual change in my wife and me. I must admit that I was skeptical at first, but the change in us since this experience is magical. We still fuss at each other, but I have been opening up more and more with my inner self. I have developed a sense of being and find life much more pleasant. I have a bond with God I never experienced before. Now, instead of looking outside myself for life's pleasures and displeasures, I look within. I have learned to meditate, albeit only for short periods. My attention span is about as long as a 3-year-old's, but I have been working on this and am doing better. I have found that I am not alone in this body. Being one with God and placing Him first in our lives has enriched us so much. We are the same people, but we are able to discuss things we could never discuss before without conflict. We seem to respect each other and ourselves more, and we don't judge others as much. My wife and I have a dream of creating a Reiki practice that supports us financially. I know it is kind of hard to imagine a Vietnam vet, former drunk, and Central Intelligence Agency employee wanting to experience the metaphysical path, but it's true. It is good to be true to your true heart's desire, to your desire to be for love.
Adopt a Daughter. Adopt a Daughter by T. Nguyen. Live for another if you wish to live for yourself. Seneca. On September 3rd, 2001, I went back to visit Vietnam for the second time in my life. My first visit back was in June 1991. I arrived in Ton Son Nhet Airport in Ho Chi Minh City on a hot, sunny afternoon. The airport was crowded with foreign tourists and the local Vietnamese. I was traveling with my American fiancé. We got our luggage and presented our passports and visas to the customs official at the arrival gate. She gave us a quick glance and motioned us to move forward. I was glad. My mother and our friends in the U.S. had warned us about corrupt officials who could delay our departure from the airport with thorough luggage searches if we did not give them money. My mother had even suggested that I put some money in my passport as I handed it over. I did not do that, in fear of what might happen should I encounter a non-corrupt official who might question why I was attempting a bribe. I had to push through the crowd that formed a thick circle around the exit to get out of the airport. From their stares, I could tell they already knew I was a Viet Kieu, or overseas Vietnamese. As I was walking forward, I felt a tap on my right shoulder. A young man smiled and asked, "Are you T?" I nodded. "Your father is waiting over there." He was pointing to a man standing by a pole, wearing dress pants, a white shirt, and sunglasses. I walked over, put my right arm on his left arm, and with a big smile said, "Hi, Dad." In 2001, my father was in his mid-60s. I left Vietnam 25 years earlier, when I was 5 years old, and since then had not had many contacts or conversations with him, so he was practically a stranger to me. Everything I knew about my father had come from my mother and siblings, and they did not have many warm memories of him to share with me. After all, this was the man who had decided not to escape with us in the aftermath of the war. I sometimes feel he chose wealth over family, but whatever his real reasons, I still feel grateful for what he gave me and my brothers and sisters, a brighter future simply by sending us away from our birthplace. My father liked to boast about how he achieved what many parents could not. That is, he sent his children to America or a foreign country where the standards of living and education surpass that of Vietnam. My father managed to send me and my 8 other siblings to live in France and the United States, and one stepbrother to Australia, an achievement that is now almost impossible to accomplish. I was born in 1976 in Saigon, now known as Ho Chi Minh City, the capital of Vietnam. The Vietnam War had ended on April 30th, 1975, with the Viet Cong, Vietnamese Communist Party, takeover of Saigon and the declaration of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Within a few months of the surrender of South Vietnam, the Viet Cong had taken away practically everything my parents owned and worked hard to save. My parents were denounced as capitalist because they owned a hotel, a restaurant, and a convenience store. The Viet Cong closed my parents' bank accounts and took all their money. In addition, my parents had 2 foreign cars that the Viet Cong particularly liked and wanted. One day, they came to the house and asked my father if they could borrow the cars for a drive around the city. Of course, my parents could not say no. They knew that would only get them into more trouble. The Viet Cong who borrowed the cars for a drive never came back with them. After that, they wanted my father to give them our house. My father said no and argued that he had 9 children to house, so they put him in prison for 2 years. One night they came to our house in the middle of the night and tried to frame my mother for possession of an illegal weapon. They wanted my mother to sign a paper confessing her crime, but she refused, so they took her to the police station. Another Viet Cong at the police station saw that the illegal weapon my mother had been charged with possessing was nothing more than a long Japanese sword sealed in a glass case. He released her. Shortly after that, 2 Viet Cong families moved into our house, and we were forced to live with them. Since we lived in a 9-room house, they occupied 6 rooms, while we were allowed to live in the other 3. While my father was in prison, my mother sold food and other goods in the streets to support us. My parents decided that because of the political situation, my mother would leave Vietnam along with the children. By this time, my 2 eldest sisters were already living in the United States, and my eldest brother was residing in France. We tried to escape 11 times by boat, all unsuccessfully. We were imprisoned 4 times for attempting to escape. Once, the Viet Cong imprisoned us for 5 weeks in Mae Ta, the closest Mekong Delta city to Saigon. My mother said that it was easy to find a boat as long as you had the money. Since we attempted to escape so many times, the person in charge of finding a boat already knew us well. He took the money and found a navigator for us. The navigator himself was looking for people with money to finance the trip, so he could bring his family along. In total, the boat had 49 passengers. On May 9, 1982, our 12th escape attempt and 2 years after the first attempt, we finally made it out of Vietnam's territorial water with the Vietnamese police chasing after us for over an hour while shooting at the boat. We became what people would later call boat people. Our boat left Roc Gia, a port city on the Gulf of Thailand, and 2 days later we were in Pulau Bidong Island, Malaysia. During these 2 days, we encountered Thai pirates 5 times. In Malaysia, my family lived in a refugee camp in Pulau Bidong Island for 17 months while waiting for the United States to grant us entry visas. Then we had to go to a Philippine refugee camp to study English for 6 months to prepare us for assimilation into American culture. We arrived in New York on June 24, 1984. As a child born shortly after the war into a country controlled by oppressive and corrupt communists, I know what it is like to hope for a better place and future. Every time I see or hear news about children, especially orphans, abandoned or neglected in foreign countries in need of assistance, I wish there were ways I could help them directly. I have always considered adoption a choice should my future husband and I ever decide to have children. Adoption is a fascinating institution. The idea of being able to bring an orphan into your life and share your love, thoughts, and culture with them is hope to those who are unable to conceive or choose to adopt. There are a lot of resources available to guide those interested in adoption, covering places of adoption, legal process, agencies, social workers, parenting, expenses, etc. Through my research of adoption, especially international adoption, I find that although many people want to adopt, they are often overwhelmed by the amount of money needed to complete the process. I know I felt a little discouraged when I realized the expenses involved. According to sources on the internet, international adoption can cost between $8,000 to $25,000 or more, and it can take from 1 to 3 years. One of my fears is that I would not be allowed to adopt because my income does not meet the criteria of most adoption agencies. Footnote. Editor's note. In the years since publishing the first edition of Raising Humanity, the impact of cultural appropriation, colonization, forced assimilation, and human trafficking has come to the forefront of our collective social consciousness. Thi Nguyen's story appears here in its original form, as it was representative of the author's sincere desires and intent at the time it was written. Please be aware that as we become more sensitive to long-term repercussions, legal processes and qualifying criteria are also shifting and may affect perceptions and outcomes of international and cross-cultural adoption. In Asia, the 5 countries with the most children available for adoption are Korea, Philippines, India, China, and Vietnam. I have chosen to focus on Asia because of my Vietnamese background and my experiences living in China. Growing up with my own family was one of the happiest times of my life. When we first came to the United States, I was 7 years old, and my 5 older siblings, still at home, were under the age of 16. We received public assistance since we did not have a lot of money, but my brothers and sister all had jobs delivering newspapers or working at the local Chinese restaurant. Even though we were poor, we knew how to have fun. We used to drive over an hour to a Vietnamese store to buy Asian food and rent Chinese movies dubbed in Vietnamese. Watching Chinese movies was what started my fascination with China and the Asian culture in general. My family was the one of the first Asian minority families to reside in Bangor, Pennsylvania. I remember how the elementary kids were intrigued by the way we looked and acted. That used to make me think I was unique in some weird way. But being different is not always good in a small town. By the time I got to junior high, I was experiencing racism. We moved from Bangor to Reading, Pennsylvania during 8th grade, and I experienced culture shock for the first time. My new junior high school not only had different minorities, but also had Vietnamese kids just like me. I was ecstatic. I was not even sure how to act around them. I met the person who would become one of my best friends there. We could both speak English, but we would sometimes speak in Vietnamese so that other kids could not eavesdrop. For the first time in my life, I felt special because I could identify with a group of people who shared my same culture. I went on to attend a small college in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. I was determined to study Chinese and travel abroad. I accomplished that goal by studying in Beijing at the People's University of China during my junior year. While in China, I traveled to different cities, including Xi'an, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. I spent my last 2 weeks in China traveling from Beijing to Lhasa, Tibet. The bus ride from Western China to Tibet took over 30 hours, and the view consisted of mostly sparse land unsuitable for farming or living. I also visited rural areas in southern China and observed ethnic minorities going about their daily lives. During my trips throughout China, I remember seeing lots of children, and I could not help but think how the one-child policy was affecting them and their future. Most parents' hopes and dreams of succeeding economically and socially rest on their only child. It is widely known that most people in Asian cultures place a higher value on boys. China's one-child policy was passed to curtail population growth, but it also led to increased abortions and the abandonment of young girls. In cities where people are more educated and earn a higher income, they will abide by the law and have only one child, boy or girl. In rural areas, though, parents much prefer to have a boy who will help them around the farm or generate higher income. Girls will someday marry and leave. Studies have shown that the percentage of births of boys is alarmingly higher than that of girls, at least in reported births. There are many stories of baby girls being abandoned. This is why China has become one of the top Asian countries where prospective parents from overseas go to adopt baby girls. As a female, I feel sad that these little babies are judged solely on their sex and are unwanted by their parents. I know my parents like boys better than girls, but at least they accepted me and raised me to value the worth of family and life. I am happy for the little emperors, but we should love and support all children. During my visit in Vietnam in September 2001, I discovered that the Vietnamese government is encouraging people to have only 2 children, but has not officially enforced the policy. As I mentioned, I come from a family of 9 children, so I find this policy interesting, but understandable. Vietnam, like China, is overcrowded, and there are not a lot of jobs and resources available. I do not know what the statistics are, but I do know from the people I have met that well-paying jobs are almost impossible to find, which makes the standard of living low. I often wonder what my future would have been like if my family never made it overseas by boat. I want to give children in need the opportunity to grow up in a family that will love, nurture, support, and accept them for who they are, regardless of their origin or sex. Growing up with my family gave me some of the happiest moments of my childhood, and these children deserve the same. An open letter to queer kids from high-demand religious families. Robin's commentary on An Open Letter to Queer Kids. Could the act of banishing your children, or the threat of it, be a form of domestic terrorism? If children don't feel safe to be loved authentically in their own homes, then how can we, household by household, expect to create and sustain safety globally? The foundation of the home as a loving environment is the foundation of world peace. What is the ripple effect of energy emanating from your home? Is it soulful? Is it loving? I am suggesting that you search your soul before you make your parental choices on behalf of your children. For example, have you ever wondered if being gay or transgender or asexual or non-binary is a person's life purpose? Given the possibility that this is the case, then loving and supporting your child as they fulfill their life purpose is your job as a parent and as a fellow occupant of this planet. Perhaps the way to shape a future that is more peaceful for all of us is to love our children for who they are and help them to discover, honor, and fulfill their life purpose. Parenting isn't just about helping our children complete their school lessons. It is about helping them to understand their soul lessons. Do you need to put aside old dogmas, creeds, and belief systems to become a better parent? Do you have the courage to do so? An Open Letter to Queer Kids from High-Demand Religious Families by Milena Crockett. Footnote. This letter was first published as a blog post in 2014. It has been updated and edited here for inclusiveness and clarity. Know that you were created for a reason, and you deserve to express your divine purpose on every level. Dear queer kids of devoutly religious parents, have your parents thrown you away? Do your siblings pretend you don't exist? Do your former church friends seem to avoid you? It's difficult, but don't give up on them. They know not what they do, but they may learn, in time, that the Savior they claim to adore will hold them accountable for their choices. They may ultimately come to understand that it's not only okay for them to choose to love you and include you in their lives, but that they need to do so in order to have a reasonable expectation of a heavenly, happily ever after. Many years ago, when my Mormon, footnote, I refer here to my own lived experience as a Mormon because that's what I know best. Your personal experience may vary in the fine details, but still be similar in general. Also, because the language used to describe individuals who identify as gay, lesbian, bi, pan, transgender, gender fluid, two-spirit, etc., is continuously evolving, I have elected to use queer as a respectful, inclusive term. Father was trying to come to grips with the realization that at least 2 of his children were queer. He didn't know where to turn for guidance. He didn't want to tell the bishop or the stake president or the home teachers or the Relief Society teachers or any of his Mormon buddies. He was mortified, embarrassed, frightened, and sad. He thought he had failed as a father. He didn't want his children to suffer the ostracism and hate that he knew would come from all directions, and he didn't know how to keep being a parent to children he thought he couldn't understand. He couldn't bear the idea of banishing his children from his house, but also didn't want the neighbors to think he was being too tolerant of sin under his own roof. In our tightly bound church community, he knew the entire family could be ostracized. He needed to talk to someone who would understand. He called his mother. She was a third-generation descendant of Mormon pioneer polygamists. She had seen it all. She had been there and done that, and she had learned a lot. She had always been a source of insight and strength to her kids. My father explained the situation and then asked her, "What should I do?" Her answer for him and for anyone else who might feel the need to respond to the threat of sexual and gender diversity in their family was this: you do not know, you cannot know what is in their hearts, and you cannot know what is in God's heart. If you truly believe your children need saving, you can't save them if you banish them. If it turns out they have committed no sin and don't need saving, then you will have committed a grave offense for having banished them, and you will have lost your beloved child as well. You cannot win this battle. It is a battle that must not be fought. There is no conflict. You simply must love unconditionally, unequivocally, and unceasingly. Banishment is not love. Grandmother's response was intended for my parents, and it applies for parents of queer children everywhere. It applies for the children, too. You cannot know what is in their hearts, and you cannot know what is in God's heart. You can win only by loving. Grandma was wise. She knew things my father did not know because she had lived longer. She had seen more trauma, sorrow, and grief. Her counsel to my parents was to love, to do no harm. My parents were smart. They followed Grandma's advice. It took some time and constant effort and a lot of reorganization of their thinking, but they persisted, they learned, and they grew. It wasn't always easy, especially since they had to fend off a lot of criticism and pressure from their religious community, but they loved my queer siblings and their partners. They did not shame or coerce or threaten. They tried to treat all of their children equally and did the best they could to meet the varying needs of their individual offspring. They made no distinctions. They learned to love each of us for our unique personalities and to appreciate us because of what was in our hearts, instead of judging us based on how we looked or sounded, or by who we had sex with, or by what they may have once expected or hoped we would be. Footnote. It's these expectations, more than anything else, that can get in the way of having genuinely loving interactions within our families. Queer kids have to figure out how to live meaningful lives despite the expectations of others, and their families and friends have to figure out how not to impose their own expectations on queer kids, on any kids, and instead allow them to learn, grow, and thrive for who they are. And we all learned how to love them back. Here's another important outcome of my parents' decision to stand with their children without conditions. Their acceptance of my queer siblings meant my siblings could live as their authentic selves and stay within the family. It also meant my parents could live as their authentic selves, kind, loving, open-hearted people. Their courageous example showed their friends and neighbors and church associates that having exceptional children was not a tragedy, but rather a blessing to be embraced with gratitude. They also modeled for my siblings how to respond later when the grandkids turned out to be exceptional, but that's another story. My grandmother is gone now. My parents are too, but their legacy remains. I'm sharing it with you. Don't give up on each other. Quit worrying about what the neighbors or the church or your coworkers will think. If you want your family to be together forever, you need to stick together now. This life is the hard part. If we can't figure out how to support and defend each person in the family now, why would we want to stick together in some seemingly perfect next life? Still, if your family has hurt you or lacks the capacity to love and protect you, you must protect yourself. Put on your own oxygen mask first so you can stay alive to help others. If they aren't ready for your help, wish them well on their journeys as you follow your own path. If your parents or siblings have yet to understand this, give them time. They may come around. Fair warning, it may happen quickly, it may take years, or it may not happen at all. While you're waiting for your DNA family to level up, or if you need to step away from them or establish personal boundaries to keep yourself safe, build yourself a found family by reaching out to others who may also need a safe and soft landing place. Be the family you need. Keep in mind also that although queer supportive faith communities are gradually becoming more common, you may still need to proceed with caution to keep from placing yourself at risk. So, there's my 2 bits. I have 2 small bits more to offer, in the interest of greater light and knowledge. If you want to build empathy and compassion, it helps if you understand why the issue is an issue at all. Empathy begets understanding, and understanding begets kindness. The more you know, right? So, here's how it looks from my perspective. If you identify as a queer person and come from a Mormon family or from a family that similarly espouses traditional nuclear family ideals, you may be dealing with the problem of having come out of the closet only to be confronted with the reality that those who are closest to you, those who should love you the most, those who should understand you the best, those who should value you as an individual above all other considerations, are the people who are causing you the most grief. They're uncomfortable, maybe even fearful, because you're being honest about who you are and how God made you. Why is that? Why, when people claim to believe wholeheartedly in the teachings of Jesus Christ and claim to be trying to emulate his life and teachings, why would they treat you as anything less than a beloved member of the family, their family, your family, the church family, God's family? Why? I have pondered this question for a long time because in my family, queer people constitute nearly 10% of those born in the last 3 generations. A bit of math so you can see how the numbers break down. My parental grandparents had 9 children. My maternal grandparents had 5. Between the 2 families, those 14 children produced 48 grandchildren and 114 great-grandchildren. The next generation is coming up fast, and there's no telling how many people that will turn out to be. At last count, we were pushing 180 with no signs of stopping. For multi-generational Western American Mormon families, these numbers are pretty typical. How many queer people does that turn out to be? At roughly 10% per family. 10 if you round up. And I'm counting only the ones we know about. Now and then, someone else lets us know that they need to make some changes. Every single one of those precious souls is as important as any of the others. My understanding is that in the general population, the percentage of queer to non-queer people, however that determination is made, is somewhere between 5 and 10%. And you may never know who all those people are in your family because, depending on whether they consider you a safe person, they may or may not choose to tell you. But if you are queer, and if you decide to make it known, and if your parents and grandparents and siblings and nieces and nephews and friends truly are followers of Jesus Christ, this shouldn't be a problem. Hopefully, they will respond with something like, "Oh, thank you for trusting me. I'm sorry you were worried about telling me. I have always loved you exactly as you are, and that is never going to change." If they were, they would. Remember, Jesus said, "Love everyone. Treat them kindly, too. When your heart is filled with love, others will love you." Easy, right? Footnote. These lyrics are from the LDS children's hymn, "Jesus Said, Love Everyone." Words and music by Moselle Renstrom, 1889 to 1956. Unfortunately, that message, "Love everyone," which is at the core of everything Jesus did and taught, regularly gets lost in the sea of other messages constantly bombarding Christians of every stripe, and adherents of other religions too, truth be told, about what they should think, believe, and do to prove to the world that they are truly God's elect. So, how does that make things more difficult for you, the queer kid in your clan? Unfortunately, it means your differentness becomes the focal point for people who are very much preoccupied with continuously demonstrating just how undifferent, how compliant and obedient and conforming they can be when it comes to proving their own religious devotion and worthiness for salvation. Here's the problem, and this may sound familiar to you regardless of your own background. Mormons believe they must, by covenant, do what they think they have been told to by their leaders, especially by their church leaders/prophets. This is all well and good as long as the prophets don't require anything extraordinary or difficult to interpret. For example, some rules of Mormon Christianity are relatively easy to interpret because they are ambiguous enough that most people don't have to think about them. Commandments such as be kind, pay tithing, stock an emergency food supply, go to church, etc., don't generate a lot of controversy because they are generally considered to be pretty straightforward. It's all fine until someone starts asking questions. For example, the commandment to love thy neighbor as thyself almost always triggers the question, who's my neighbor? People asking that question usually want to know where the rule stops because they can't fathom the requirement that it might apply universally. So they ask, does this mean my Mormon neighbor, my next-door neighbor, or my Muslim neighbor, my roommate, my sibling who has chosen a different life path? If I don't talk to someone, either by choice or by default, do they count as my neighbor? The response I usually heard growing up is that Jesus Christ's mandate is to love everyone. In practice, that's not as easy as it sounds, is it? What about my cranky boss? Not much of a problem, at least I don't have to live with her. What about the neighbor who molested me when I was a little kid? That's harder, but as long as it's in the past and you don't have to confront that person daily, it might be possible. What about my queer child? For some reason, somewhere in the before times, someone decided that the answer to that one should be, "What? No, that's just wrong. We're supposed to cast sinners away from us and not suffer any unclean thing or person in our midst." Then whoever made up that lie fed it to those around them, claiming that God said so, when God never said any such thing, and the lie spread. Because of the lie, many Mormons believe being queer is a moral failing, a sin, a lifestyle choice. They believe this because that's what they have been taught, and they have been taught not to question what they are taught. They also believe they are supposed to abhor sinners, shun wayward children, and cut off association with those whose behaviors and values do not mirror their own. They think queerness is contagious, and they are afraid of what the neighbors, i.e., their church associates, will say if they allow non-conforming people, relatives or not, into their homes, workplaces, or churches. In a way, individual Mormons are not to blame for this deeply rooted fear. It has been bred into them for generations, especially the last 2 or 3 generations. From the pulpit, from the day they are born until the day they die, Mormons are told that only those who marry someone of the opposite gender in the temple will be eligible for the highest degree of glory. Everybody else will get bumped down at least 1 level, and those who intentionally flaunt the temple marriage mandate by failing to marry the right person in the right place at the right time, by the right authority, or by choosing a different life, will be cut off from their families in the hereafter. Somewhere along the line, somebody, a Mormon leader who was maybe part of an Amish or Shaker or Puritan or some other shunning-oriented community in a previous life, decided not to wait and instructed his congregation to start shunning now. Unfortunately, that banishment-happy person completely ignored a couple of things. 1, Jesus never said to do that. And 2, Mormons are supposed to be Jesus Christ's latter-day representatives. Remember, Jesus said, "A new commandment I give you, to love one another." New? Oh, right. New as in New Testament, as in this replaces all that old eye for an eye and stone the sinner stuff. Love one another instead of all those old rules. You can't adhere to the old rules and the new rules. They contradict each other, and Jesus tells us to live by the new rules. So, what happens to you now, you rainbow-spirited offspring of devout Mormon parents? Is there room in the church for you? Is there even room in your family for you? Have your parents banished you from the family? Are you welcome at home? Are you allowed to bring your new friends with you when you come to visit? Are your siblings allowed to associate with you? Do your siblings see you as a social liability? Will your mother meet you for lunch? Will your father acknowledge your existence? Do you get invited to family gatherings? If the answer to any of these questions is no, then your family is playing a game of spiritual roulette with their own belief system. They are brokenhearted because you didn't turn out to be the model Mormon offspring they expected you to be, and they think maybe it's their fault and maybe they turned you queer somehow or failed to cure you, and they are worried that they'll be held liable for that failure, and if they tolerate or accept your authentic self, then they will be held accountable for it in the hereafter. They think they can't allow for the possibility that one's gender or sexuality might not be a choice, or that God may have intentionally designed endless variations to coexist along a spectrum, or that there is no good or evil associated with the various spots along the spectrum, or that you won't be punished for being different because God likes you this way, and therefore your family doesn't need to punish or banish you either, or that by treating you in another way other than wholehearted and unconditional love, they may be risking their own salvation. They can't let themselves think about these things because that kind of alternative thinking is not allowed. They forget that God has told them all of these imponderables will be sorted out later and not to worry about them now. They misunderstand the idea of eternal family if they think God will require them to throw away their beloved children simply because they are unique. They see your differences as personal character defects rather than as a genetic variation in a world full of genetic variations, because that is what they have been taught to see. Many years after his conversation with his mother, my father told me that he finally understood how much we all had suffered because of the confusion imposed on us by religion, especially about what it means to be a child of God. He told me that he had come to learn that the comfort people have in their own skin is really important and should be honored. He said that in those heart-changing moments, he did the best he knew how to do for his children, and as he learned more, he tried to do better. He also told me he wished all fathers everywhere would do whatever they can for their children, especially by confronting and eradicating the harmful traditions of patriarchy, because those traditions hurt everyone. He told me that we all, but especially men, need to be deprogrammed so we can remember that Jesus said to love one another, period. No equivocation, no quibbling, no yeah, buts. Jesus did not say, banish your queer children and do not suffer them to be in your presence. I am so grateful to my father, my mother, all of my ancestors, for doing the best they could and for continually learning and growing and trying to always do better. They lived their lives as closely to the new law, love one another, as they knew how. If the church, any church, wants to convince people that it is truly loving in its theology and its practice, it must do the same. It must acknowledge that people come in all colors and varieties, that these variations are not coincidental accidents, but are rather an intentional part of the divine nature of this planet and all who occupy it. They must teach and act in the knowledge that Jesus loves and wants all of us to love each and every one, without exception. If the church wants to adhere to the eternal principles of love, it must teach its members to unabashedly love one another by welcoming all with open hearts and loving hearts, by reaching out to those in need of comfort, by mourning with those who mourn. The church must actively and intentionally teach its members not to shun their different children, but to marvel in and celebrate the infinite and beautiful variety within each of us. The church must make room in its culture, its doctrine, its policies, and its communities for diversity in appearance and expression and talents. Grandma had it right. My parents learned from her and taught me to understand the singular message of Jesus, which is the singular message of the universe. Love one another. Embrace each other. Include and enjoy and rejoice in each other's company. Do this and everything else will take care of itself. Be proud, be happy, and love one another. Why? Because Jesus said so. Part 4. Boundaries. Robin's commentary regarding boundaries. Creating and enforcing personal boundaries can be an important tool to help ourselves thrive, if we are willing to use them wisely. We have to be willing to accept a certain kind of death, though, if we are going to create them. When we impose new boundaries where they did not exist previously, something has to die. Don't let it be your joy. In today's increasingly chaotic and violent world, I believe that we are forcibly being pushed into confronting death. We associate terrorism with death. We become overwhelmed with body counts as though that is the only measure of life and death. When we become consumed with body counts, though, it is easy to be distracted from another important kind of death. It keeps us from seeing that the constant threat of terrorism is killing our focus and keeping us from directing our energy toward enjoying the abundance of the present moment, from creating a world that we do want. It keeps us from erecting and enforcing the boundaries we need to protect our efforts to deliberately co-create life on Earth. It's like our fear of death, of terrorism, creates a different type of boundary, one that we don't dare cross as we try to live in our present existence. In the binding codes of terrorism, everything is black and white, good or bad, only right or wrong, which leaves no room for us to simply love. If you've heard of situations where abusive victims form a bond with their abusers, sometimes referred to as Stockholm Syndrome, you may see a similarity between that phenomenon and what happens when we are continually besieged by terrorism or the threat of it. Our minds become submissive to the threat until the threat feels normal. We start to see the world as having always been overwhelmed by terrorism, and we forget that even though terrorism exists in the world, it's not the defining feature of our world. That same thing happens to baby elephants who are tied to a stake when they are small and grow up thinking that the rope that limits their ability to move past its length is more powerful than they are. They don't know, because no one tells them, that they grew into adults whose power vastly surpasses the strength of the rope holding them. The rope becomes an artificial boundary, a boundary placed on the elephant by someone who wished to control them. Even after the rope that tethered the baby elephant has been removed, the adult elephant will act like it can't move about freely. It has become unwittingly submissive to the imaginary boundaries forced upon it. This analogy is especially relevant when it's applied to closed social systems like high-demand religions, where the rules of the religion become the rope. The rope that keeps the baby elephant tied can only do its work as long as the knot holds. Once the knot is undone, either by untying or by wear and tear, the rope loses its power. Look into your own heart. Is there a rope around it? Are the energetic ropes of terrorism the insanity loops? Footnote. An insanity loop, for our purposes here, is the practice of repeating the same self-defeating behaviors over and over again in hopes of achieving a different result. Blinding you to living the kind of life you would choose for yourself? Don't let imaginary ropes of terrorism win. Cut and release those ropes. Replace that artificial boundary with the new one you create to block out the fraud that is terrorism. Give yourself permission to artfully discover the plane of consciousness between the ethereal realms of your own mind and heart, so the imaginary ropes of the terrorist can't prevail. Put your hands over your own beating heart right now and say yes to putting up boundaries to anything or anyone who terrorizes you. You masterfully and consciously create your boundaries. You create an abundant and playful life by setting boundaries as a tool to create your safety. Safety first. When you feel safe, you will thrive and you will feel joy. First and foremost, a boundary is a conscious decision where you take responsibility. You become accountable for what you are allowing yourself to experience. I invite you to stop being a victim of terrorist consciousness and reclaim your power to experience your life on your terms. To create the kind of personal boundaries that allow you to do this, follow this pattern. I release being controlled by the threat of terrorism, and I claim and restore my ability to choose my own experiences. I choose to experience the most high and holy energies for myself to create the most benevolent outcomes in every situation. I am a writer. Robin's commentary regarding I am a writer. I think that this author had great boundaries between his dream of being a writer and the call to be a chiropractor. He didn't forsake his writing dream to have a career. He created boundaries that allowed him to experience both. Clearly, he has a gift for expressing himself through writing. But for very personal reasons, I'm very glad he became a chiropractor. When I was 47, the left side of my face froze. The muscles wouldn't work. I couldn't close my eyes, spit, or swallow. When you looked at my face, you could see that it drooped. It was not the first time that this had occurred. I went to many alternative practitioners before deciding that I needed to trust the medical profession and get some kind of diagnosis. An MRI or CAT scan of my head and neck revealed that I had two conditions. One is called Arnold-Chiari malformation and the other syringomyelia. A lot of babies who are victims of shaken baby syndrome show these characteristics. To my knowledge, I was not a shaken baby, but I certainly was in a lot of pain. The doctor said that my case was not severe and that I would have to learn to live with it. How does one live with a crooked face? I was devastated and wanted my husband to take me out back and shoot me. I lived in Beverly Hills, for God's sake, where it is illegal to be ugly, let alone have a crooked face. Bob intuitively knew I needed to see his chiropractor. I feel that man and the other practitioners in his office saved not only my face, but my life as well. One night, I had a dream that was most vivid. I was told that Bob must drive me to a bookstore so we could purchase a book about either Mary Magdalene or Mother Mary. Bob, being the good sport that he is with my telepathic whims, drove me to the local bookshop. As we entered the store and were approaching the information desk, I remarked to Bob, "Remember, we are here for a book about either Mary Magdalene or Mother Mary." The sales clerk, who had heard me, looked up at me while simultaneously grabbing a book and said, "This book just came in about Mary Magdalene." I looked at Bob, and he looked at me and said, "Well, what do you know?" That was easy. Our next stop was the chiropractor. Bob was not out of his session as quickly as I was. I settled into the window seat, book in hand as I waited. I noticed an elderly man in the waiting area. He had a yarmulke, a skull cap worn by Jewish men, on his head. He had a cane and he looked very, very old. He moved to the seat next to me and introduced himself. "My name is Samuel Marcus," he said. "Miss, are you reading a book about Mary Magdalene or Mother Mary?" I replied, "Yes," while thinking, what does this old guy want? As I looked deep into his eyes, I saw that he was blind. "In 90 days, I will be 90 years old. This is the 9th day of the 9th month. The Creator told me to come sit in this waiting room until I met a woman reading a book about either Mary Magdalene or Mother Mary. I was to tell her that she has something to do with the second coming of Christ. I know you have seen my yarmulke, so you know I am not even a Christian. But I figured that if the Creator asked me to pass on a message, I had better be doing it." I live across the street at the Beverly Hills nursing home. I made my way over here to this office to give you this message. I hope you will believe me. I felt terribly guilty that this poor old man had to make his way out of a nursing home across dangerous Los Angeles streets to make such a statement to me. The least I could do was walk him back across the street. I told the assistant at the front desk what I was doing, so if Bob came out, he wouldn't wonder where I was. I am so grateful for my dear friend, Samuel Marcus, whom I never would have met had he not taken that walk across the street, and had I not had that weird problem with my face. Also, Dr. Campion was the physician I needed at that particular moment in my life. What I learned about him, and what you will read here, is that he didn't even want to be a doctor. He wanted to be a writer. I am so grateful he also became a doctor. Dr. Campion was the physician I needed at that particular moment in my life, and Samuel Marcus was the messenger and friend I needed. If Toby Campion hadn't become a doctor, I might still have a crooked face, or worse, and I might never have met my dear friend Samuel Marcus. He is still with me in spirit. What a gift it is to have an eternal friend.
I Am a Writer by Toby Campion. Throw your heart over the fence, and the rest will follow. Author unknown. My mom and dad made a conscious effort to avoid giving advice to us 5 children as we were growing up. They let us stumble and fall, get up, fall, and get up again. For some years I resented their withholding of wisdom. Oh, the pain and embarrassment they could have spared us by explaining how the world worked. But later on, I realized their silence was the wisdom, and I felt humbly grateful for it. Then, lo and behold, I became a parent myself. Mom and Dad, I truly understand you now, the agony and the ecstasy. I will follow your example and never, ever pontificate upon my progeny. That resolution lasted 2 or 3 years, long enough for my firstborn to start making mistakes. Mistakes. Man, did I let him have it. It's a give-and-take world. You reap what you sow. Don't go to bed angry. Express what you feel. Do the hard thing first. Put yourself in the other person's shoes. Well, Godzilla, what demon of know-it-allness had taken possession of my tongue? How else to explain my plunge into the checklist of platitudes? Slowly, the answer emerged. In point of fact, I was possessed and had been for years. By what? By ignorance. The part of me that thought he knew not. My inner guru was turning out to be a smarty-pants, an arrogant poseur. This bad news didn't arrive in an overnight letter from the cosmos, however. No, it came by fits and starts. Financial loss, public humiliation, misjudgments of my wife and others. These were my teachers, my bearers of bitter nourishment. By the time I had begun to wake up and shut up, my 2 children were grown and gone, and I was feeling like the butt of a cheesy old pop song about feckless parenthood. Parenthood. Starting out, maybe we are all a bit, if not feckless, at least uncertain. The focus at first tends to be on coitus and conceiving. The finished product, when it emerges, seems hardly to have begun. A tentative prototype. Well, okay. So now it's up to us to coax it along, bring it to fullness. This twitching doll, is a cute little milk processing machine that will soon be looking and acting a lot like us. So we do that, We fill it full of love and so much else that is less than love. Impatience, imprudence, projection, resentment, prejudice, prattling, poor nutrition, misplaced ambition, bald conjecture, and raw fear. The pendulum swings of parenthood, evinced by my little history, can be tracked on a macro scale in the books that succeeding generations have turned to for orientation and comfort. Talk to them. No, command them. Discipline them. No, give them free rein. Teach them love and compassion. No, punish them and let the slings and arrows do the teaching. Nature makes the child. No, nurture makes the child. Genetics sets the course. No, moral authority does that. Now, in middle age, I have stopped trying to keep score. What I learned from Mom and Dad and what my kids learned from me mostly had to do with the examples that were set. My parents clearly knew this better than I. To the extent I lived out the drama of my own truth in front of my kids, they learned from that. And what was my drama? Mainly it had to do with inner conflict. I am a man who has never known if he is a doctor who writes or a writer whom everyone calls Doc. Mom was a writer of some repute by the time she had me, so even if the literary itch wasn't in my genes, it was certainly tapping the typewriter keys within earshot of my crib. I spent my 14th summer taking a creative writing course at an old guard prep school. In that Hollywood realm, some shocking news was imparted. To be a writer, you had to write what you know. Oh dear. Did I know anything? Anything, that is, besides how to imitate Poe and Salinger? I dragged myself home in a funk, compounded that fall by the mental breakdown, as it was called in those days, of an older brother. I visited him at the institute to which he had been consigned. It was depressing to see him in that dreary place. I went home and, as a sort of cleansing, put pen to paper. I submitted the resulting short story to the high school literary magazine, which selected it for the winter issue. Promptly, the high school principal called me in and recommended I pull it. Such a frankly personal piece would embarrass the family, he said. I went ahead despite. If I was to be a writer, I had to write and publish what I knew, or else, what was I worth? Only years later, reflecting with more compassion, did I take pause in the publishing of that story. I completed my freshman year at Harvard College and produced nary a book with my name on it. I was a disappointment to myself, to the muses, and to the great writers of all ages and continents. That summer, a charismatic painter and philosopher from Fordham University invited me to join in the making of that counterculture shibboleth, an underground movie. It was to be unscripted, a cinematic version of abstract expressionism. I was the screenwriter. In other words, my job was not to produce a script. This was a relief because I had no idea what such a beast would look like. Nevertheless, being a screenwriter for a summer did wonders for my self-esteem. No, let's call it my self-swaggering. I had the part and I acted the part. 17 magazine even anointed me by commissioning a piece on the experience entitled 5,000 Feet of Film. Finally, a real writer. And what had I written? A very nice, nationally published piece about not being a writer. Sophomore year, I took another creative writing course, this time from an author of recognized merit. More shock from academia. I can't teach you how to write, he told us, day one. If you really want to write, leave college and go out and live. Only when you have lived can you write. His model was Hemingway. For a while, Papa became mine too, and I read his canon. This led to the sad realization that all that could be written, and written well, about men and war and women and men and drink and war and killing animals and men and getting tight and sleeping around and feeling damn bad about it, already had been written, and that with unmatchable skill. I would have to scavenge in other precincts. In short, I would have to live. Thus primed, junior year could not contain me. I dropped out of college and headed west with a portable Remington typewriter in my duffel. Young love was the theme of my first novel. Passion, recollected in tranquility. First, the passion. 6 months later, the tranquility. But I didn't feel tranquil at all writing about that broken love affair. I felt bummed. She left me. Besides ouch, what else was there to say? After 249 pages of ouch, I put aside that manuscript and never brought it out again. Maybe this reflected the precocious wisdom, at that time I still had a little, that comes with being 21 and living on roasted potatoes and spring water. Along came a kindly believer who gave me $300 to write a book he would turn into a movie he liked to refer to, eyeballs spinning with dollar signs, as the next easy writer. This was 1970. By living in boarding houses and washing dishes in restaurants, I stretched that stipend over 12 months, at the end of which I submitted the book and never heard from the man again. At least I had lived something. Lived what? Well, the supreme frustration of trying to become a writer. Here, life, unplotted, unpremeditated, real, live life, mercifully intervened. I fell in love, again. We were married within 6 months. At 22, I had half of all I ever dreamed of. Love. Could the other half, success as a writer, be far behind? We moved to a small town in Arkansas. The rent on our shack was $20 a month. To support ourselves, we opened a bookstore and stocked it only with those titles we enjoyed. Besides the predictable novels and poetry, an altogether different category crept in. Health, yoga, diet, herbology, reflexology, organic gardening, fasting, etc. What did such fascinating stuff have to do with becoming a writer? I let this question sink unacknowledged into the yeasty mash of my subconscious and set about getting as healthy as Dr. Jethro Kloss. A bout of hepatitis landed me in quarantine at the regional hospital. Was it a healing crisis? Liver detoxification, provoked by my new and healthier diet. No matter, I was sick as a stray dog. The MD in attendance, a truly holistic practitioner, though at the time the word had yet to be coined, began to pepper me with questions. What was I going to do with my life? Sell books? Nothing more? Why didn't I become a doctor? Helping people feel better was a great life. I knew he was right, which made me angry. I loved helping people. Looking back on my life, when not becoming a writer, that was what I had spent my time doing. Helping people made me feel useful, purposeful, and happily quiet inside. All right, then, I would do it. I would become a doctor, but not an MD like himself. Others had a better knack for that. No, I would learn how to heal with plants and food and my own hands. Chiropractic college was a revelation, a blossoming of instincts and talents I never knew I had. Once graduated and practicing in the field, The rewards were as satisfying as that Arkansas medic had promised. On the side, I fed the beast of my old ambition with the writing of poems and short prose, but the focus now was people. Being with them and for them. Every person was a story, a flesh and blood novel with all the humor, pathos, drama, and surprise found in the best of Dickens, Dostoevsky, Garcia Marquez. I was in the thick of life, and life was great literature. But no, the worm was not so easily purged. One day my wife and I went to see a film. It was well made and wonderful. I walked out and wept. I could create something like that. I had it in me. I knew I did. So why was I holding back? Certainly the reason was not doctorly responsibility. There have been a lot of doctors who also wrote. Chekhov, W.C. Williams, Walker Percy. I had stopped writing because I reordered my weekly schedule. 3 days caring for patients, 2 days courting the muse with pen and paper. That has been my schedule ever since. My kids have grown up with this example of deliberately living out my binary career choices. I was living my dream while also dreaming my life. This dualism, this peace pact between need and ambition is not what I set out to teach my kids. It has simply been what my inner workings obliged me to live. Only they can say what they've learned from it all. I hope it has given them something valuable. So I write and I doctor and write. Like the riding of a bicycle, this round and round has gradually taken me places. A few things published, a number of screenplays optioned, some plays workshopped. I never had the big break, nor do I have any regrets about my chosen MO. It has taught me some worthwhile lessons. Lesson 1. I am not becoming a writer. I am a writer. No one needs to crown me. I crown myself and get back all that energy I expended all those early years while waiting for exaltation. The shift has been from incipience to initiation, from becoming to being. Lesson 2. If I write to please others, to see my name in lights or on the bestseller list, I am a buffoon, an organ grinder's monkey at the end of his own rope. Lesson 3. What doctors and writers have in common, well, what I have in common with both pursuits is the urge to be present to beauty and truth. Every sick person is wanting, sometimes dying, to reconnect with his or her truth. So is every blank page that stares back at me from the glowing monitor. Lesson 4. People before things. Myself, my wife, my children, my friends, and my patients, they always come before my wordsmithing. One is a reflective pursuit, and the other a full-bore heart-rendering, mind-expanding, action adventure. Lesson 5. If you write long enough, the themes closest to your soul, for me, healing, perseverance, personal and cultural rapprochement, will rise to the surface, make a funny face at you and ask, "Are you living me? Because if you're only writing me, what's the point?" I like to think of my scripts and poems as meditations for this lifetime, not the next. Lesson 6. If you are not writing about the most important moment in this character's life, why bother writing about it? This plum, proffered in so many texts and seminars, applies equally to life. The corollary to it is found in the words of that incomparable sketch artist, the late Al Hirschfeld. When asked which of his drawings was his favorite, he replied without a trace of irony, "You always feel the drawing you are working on is the best you've ever done. I am only interested in the present." Lesson 7. Everything a writer ever writes will eventually fall into silence. Sometimes, O humility, thy name is rejection letter. This happens in a matter of days. Health and disease, thoughts and deeds, failure and success will likewise fade away. This is good news, not bad. It frees self-expression into the realm of play and experimentation. Lesson 8. Writers who think they have fully come to know themselves had better stop writing, because the fun is over. This is why I will stop my spouting right here. I'm up against the wall of my own ignorance. A word that partly rhymes with arrogance. Thank you for accompanying me this far, dear listener. See you in the next chapter.
Did I miss the exit ramp? Robin's commentary regarding Did I miss the exit ramp? Raising humanity involves knowing what gives us, as individuals, our own personal sense of balance and harmony. It involves choosing to be with a partner who also knows how to create balance and then modeling that peace and stability in our own families. The goal is balance and harmony within oneself and with each other to create a joyful family, harmonious community, and peaceful world. Do we want parents who are stressed and out of balance to have the sacred mission of raising humanity? We don't want the least tended vegetable garden to be the source of our nutrition, do we? Why aren't daycare workers and teachers acknowledged as being as important as they are? They, along with parents, are the farmers of our most important natural resource, the future of the human race. A farmer who is about to spend 20 years growing a particular crop is often more aware of his plant's needs than we are the needs of our children. The farmer takes the time to research his investment. He wants to be certain that the kind of plant he chooses to raise in a certain environment will thrive there. He would study what a crop needs and make sure he had the resources to provide for that plant's best development. He would know not to plant an orchid in a desert. Did I miss the exit ramp? By Mary Elizabeth. Women who are afraid to live, who are physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and energetically vulnerable, are afraid to reproduce. That is a devastating outcome of terrorism festering in the human race. Whose responsibility is it to change this disastrous reality? It is up to each of us by creating boundaries. Trigger warning. This story refers to several violent events that may be triggering to some listeners. Today I turned 45 years old. Footnote. Editor's note. This story was published in the original edition of Raising Humanity 2002. Now, 20 years later, although our languaging around parent and family relationships has evolved to be more expansive and inclusive, the message here is still powerfully relevant. A pivotal point in a woman's life. A mere breath away from turning the page to 50, a tearful yet final farewell to youth. For so many women, this is a joyous time. Their children are well on their way to being adults, and they are able to capture more intimate moments alone with their husbands. Most women have homes they have nestled into that are both an expression of themselves and an accumulation of their family's memories. Financially stable, it is a time to plan those weekend escapes and leisurely vacations that have been put off between diapers and college tuition. But What if? What if you are still single and have yet to meet your soulmate? Is there such a thing? Everyone talks about it. Your friends have found them, not once, but twice. And songs are written about them. Where's mine? How is it possible for a friend to divorce, remarry, and have a baby, all in the time that you haven't even met a guy who you would like to date more than twice? What if your friends are starting to talk about their perimenopausal symptoms, and something within you is still the yearning to have a child? What if you see that child in your mind's eye and continue to wonder where the father is and whether he can feel it too? What if you have made a choice to leave your career and follow your purpose, a choice that leads to financial instability and to your own parents worrying about what will happen to their 45-year-old child? What if deep inside beats the heart and spirit of a 25-year-old, but the mirror tells a much different story? America worships money and loves youth, both of which you no longer have. Where do you fit? Do you check Miss or Ms. on the application? What does that even mean? What if you change your mind? What if you defy the illusion of the so-called American dream and create your own sense of belonging and participation in the world? Is it really imperative for a woman to have a man and a baby to attain happiness? Can you choose your own personal recipe for happiness without Mr. Right and a six-figure income? Why not ask the pregnant woman who was killed in her sleep by her husband and thrown into a trash bin? Or the woman held captive for 10 years and beaten by her husband, while her children silently watched, numb to the repetitive horror? What about the 50-year-old woman whose high school sweetheart divorces her for a 22-year-old trophy wife? What happened to their storybook endings, their happiness? Personally, I have refused to settle. When men marry, not only are they marrying for love, but they are often also thinking about the added benefit of gaining a maid, cook, accountant, etc. Their life often gets easier, while the woman's load gets heavier. Personally, I don't like cleaning up my own mess, much less someone else's. Now, this might seem ridiculous, but why should I take on maid duty if I'm not crazily in love, or even if I am? He is not doing me any favors. I would rather deal with my own dishes and dust bunnies, thank you. This may sound bitter and it may sound harsh, but laundry comes in many forms, not just dirty jockey shorts. Have you ever had your life threatened by the very man who was so desperate to marry you and father your babies? The harsh reality is that 1/3 of all relationships involve emotional abuse. For 6 months, I was part of that ugly statistic, and for 7 years afterwards, I was continually harassed and threatened, in spite of 3 protection orders and 1 contempt conviction for violating the court's order. After I left, Psycho, my nickname for him, attempted to destroy every aspect of my life, calling my boss and posing as a customer to try to get me fired, fraudulently trying to obtain my personal records, anonymously calling a credit card company accusing me of fraud, and putting sugar in my gas tank. That was just 1 week. Step by step, police reports were filed, but unless he actually shot me with the unregistered gun he owned, how could I prove any of this was him? Then, one night, he provided the straw that broke the camel's back. He left me a phone message from a movie trailer. "Have you ever thought about committing the perfect murder?" I responded by notifying local law enforcement. With 1 call from a pissed-off Boulder detective, the harassment stopped. The trick? The detective couldn't find Psycho, but he found his dad and threatened to extradite his son to Colorado on a felony charge. The endless phone hang-ups, thousands, magazine subscriptions, 92 in all, nails in the driveway and other nuisances to my parents and me finally stopped. How does an intelligent, confident, and independent woman get into that kind of relationship? The answer is simple. The relationship doesn't start out abusive. In fact, for 6 months, he treated me like a queen. Gradually, the calculative manipulator, footnote. Editor's note. Another commonly used term for people who employ such tactics is narcissistic abuser. Drops a condescending comment here and there, starts picking fights that he blames on you, footnote, also referred to as gaslighting. And the downward slide into the black hole begins. Unbelievably, you start making excuses that it was stress at work or an argument with his dad. You think the real guy was the one you dated the first 6 months, and you hope and wait for that prince to return. He never does. Tragically, you start forgetting the boundaries of a normal relationship. If I could rewrite history, would I wish Psycho had never been a part of my life? Absolutely not. That relationship defined who I am today. I allowed the abuse to continue because I did not stand up for myself. It was not until the end that I told him I would not tolerate his behavior. It was not until the end that I realized that I deserved so much more. Through the 7 years of hell he put me through, I found my voice, and I found myself, and I will never allow anyone to take it from me again. So, what's the deal? In the 10 years since that fateful relationship, did I miss an exit ramp or make a wrong turn? For 17 years, I worked in the male-dominated manufacturing side of the fitness industry. Always just one of the guys, an endless number of them told me I intimidated the heck out of them. Let's get this straight. I am 5'3", 125 pounds, and a size 4, size 2 on a really good day. And 6-foot-tall former athletes are telling me that my confidence scares them. First of all, I must commend myself on the Academy Award performances that I've been able to pull off repetitively in the confidence category. Second, I have to ask myself, are men really that insecure? Does a woman have to be needy and helpless, or act it, to find a man? Is this macho crap all a ruse? In my random, unscientific poll, the results were overwhelmingly yes. Cher said in an interview once that no one is interested in being Mr. Cher. Footnote. Quoted in Weekly World News, November 2nd, 1999, page 12. So, I ask you, where are the real men? I mean, the real men who aren't boasting phallic-powered Porsches and multiple prescriptions for sex enhancement pharmaceuticals. The ones who aren't emotionally or physically abusing the women in their lives because of their lack of self-worth. Where are the ones that my friends all seem to find? Is it this pathetic state of insecurity that has resulted in such scandals as Enron and WorldCom? Or the decision to go to war or ram fully loaded planes into fully occupied buildings? Isn't there a better way to test your manhood? Wouldn't it just be easier to drop your pants and get out a ruler? The bottom line is that I have things to do. I can't worry that I'm too confident, too old, too wrinkly, or too aggressive. If a man is insecure and feels unworthy, it is not my appointed role to be a peppy cheerleader, pumping my pom-poms and telling him, you can do it. I will just do it myself, minus the ticker tape parade. I've been told by many to lower my standards, or else I'm going to be alone. How do you lower your standards on acceptance and respect? I already made the mistake of doing that once. To be with me, it will take a man who is strong, who likes to be challenged, and who knows, if all else fails, that I can go out and get my own oil changed. He'll be able to call me on my crap and won't be offended when I call him on his. It will be a partnership based on love, passion, respect, and friendship. No games, no pretense, just what is. Maybe I will find him. Maybe I won't. Maybe it's not meant to be this time around. At the end of the day, I'm okay alone. And if Mr. Right does waltz into my life, I prefer to make him the yummy icing on an already perfectly delicious cake. As for kids, single motherhood has never appealed to me. I don't have the yearning to pass on my biology to a child without a loving, nurturing father by my side. Am I missing out? Most mothers would say yes, but maybe my purpose is different. Every year for the last 27 years, I have had a gynecological exam. I have talked endlessly with male and female doctors, both young and old, and with nurses while trying to ignore the latex fingers probing my uterus. During that time, not one ever asked me the proverbial question, "Are you planning on having children?" Not to place blame, but my generation saw that crack in the glass ceiling and decided to blow through it. Getting married and having kids in your 20s became something that only non-educated women did. Granted, as I was approaching 40 years old, I knew my days were numbered, but I had taken phenomenal care of myself. My little eggs had to benefit from all the organic vegetables and leg presses, right? I can't recall when the media blitz occurred, but I do remember the cold cock to the chin that floored me, along with millions of other ambushed women that week. The statistic? By age 40, women have only a 5% chance of conceiving naturally. All of a sudden, that simple statistic was screaming from every newspaper, magazine, and TV newscast across the country. Was I the only one left out of the loop for the last 20 years? Apparently not. Infertility treatment is now a $4 billion a year business. If I had known that statistic at 25, my life might have been different. I might have made different choices. But the truth is that I did pass up opportunities to have children earlier in life. Psycho Guy pushed and pushed for me to have a baby. But what kind of mother would I have been if I had brought a child into the world under those conditions? I had lost my own sense of self-worth. How could I have been a role model in teaching my own child confidence and self-esteem? I would have perpetuated the cycle I was trapped in for so long. Maybe I have gone mad, but I still see myself with a little boy. Sometimes at night, I feel him patiently waiting for the proper moment to make his grand entrance. I could be selfish and give in to my desire to not be alone and the need to have someone love me, but I just can't. I would rob him of the greatest gift of all, 2 parents who love each other and are united in bringing a miracle into this world. I love him too much to give him anything less than that. So, my challenge to the women of the world is this. We are incredibly powerful beings, yet we do not see our own power. That is a choice that we consciously make, and one that we can consciously change. Before bringing a child into this world, ask yourself some important questions. Are you happy? Are you complete? Are you fulfilled? If not, is this baby a means to fill a void? What about the father? Does he respect, accept, and love you? Does he support your dreams for yourself and your future? Would you want to be born into this family? If you answered no to any of those questions, ask yourself one more. Do you want to be part of the solution or part of the problem? In the frightening age of terrorism, war, and the escalating epidemic of emotional and physical domestic abuse, It is within your power to say no. It is within your power to refuse to tolerate these conditions for your children and for yourself. It is time to take your power back and reacquaint yourself with the brilliant, fulfilled, and joyous woman inside of you. She is waiting to come out, and she is more powerful than you could ever imagine. Psychic Boundaries by Robin Alexis. Sad spirits attach to my aura, smothering me like a weighted blanket. But I kind them away. I show them that they are being called home to all that is holy. I hold their hands and witness their safety, and then we are all free. Always Thankful. Robin's commentary regarding Always Thankful. The art of grieving, balancing the loss, and the overwhelming task of putting one foot in front of the other to move forward is the tightrope of compassion and self-care that none of us can avoid. It requires artful boundaries. In this chapter, Always Thankful, Diane Wall says, "Hold my rosary," while she shows us how she did it. Always Thankful by Diane Wall. My mom once gave me a plaque to hang in my kitchen that read, "Raising children is like being pecked to death by a chicken." My mom is the mother of 8 children, and I figure she has it pretty well figured out. Mom always wanted a big family. She was an only child until the age of 12 and dreamed of having a big dinner table with lots of children sitting around it. Little House on the Prairie, we weren't, but my mom definitely had her dream come true. She loves nothing more than her role in life, being a wonderful mother. I came to realize what makes my mom so wonderful is her deep faith in God, which she always shared with us. And Dad backed Mom 100%. With help from Catholic school and lessons learned the hard way, from our mistakes, they led by example, teaching us that God is in everyone's corner and to trust that He will guide us through. I remember coming home from school one time and seeing her lying on the couch and the doctor leaving. We never saw Mom sick. All of us thought she was going to die. We ran to get her very special statue of the Blessed Mother from her dresser. We set up flowers in her statue, and all of us kneeled around her saying the rosary. The next day, she was back in the kitchen as usual, and we thought we had received a miracle. Mom never mentioned the antibiotics she was on. We kept thanking God and the Blessed Mother for sparing Mom's life. I was my parents' first daughter, one of 6. My aunt had just taken her vows as a nun, and I was offered up to the Blessed Mother in a special service when I was a few days old. I was to wear blue for the first 2 years of my life. I had almost no hair as a baby, and along with the blue attire, most people thought I was a little boy. Like most young girls in Catholic school, I was impressed beyond words by different saints and their journeys, and I toyed with the idea of becoming a nun. Until I realized nuns didn't wear lipstick. Then I wanted to be a model. Well, things changed. So do our belief systems. Trying to rid myself of the old Catholic guilt has not been easy, but in my search for spiritual enlightenment, I've come to know a much more understanding God. I've always known, but now I understand. Throughout my life, I've found myself in situations where faith seemed to be all I had. After the attack of September 11th, it was hard to think of praying for each and every person on our planet. The thought of praying for people who brought so much pain to others was unbearable. My husband and I lost our best friend, Maddie, a New York City Fire Department battalion chief. In his void stood his wife, Margaret, and their family. We had celebrated our children's births, communions, graduations, promotions, and anniversaries together for many years. When I looked at her face, I saw grief beyond measure. How could I handle this and help her? I pulled on one of the ribbons from my gift of faith. God said, "Ask and you shall receive." I asked and received strength, pure, raw, unselfish strength for both of us. Helping Margaret to go through Maddie's papers and other memorabilia from their life together, I was amazed at her quiet strength. I listened and hugged her at times as she came across special things of Maddie's. If you don't have faith at a time like that, it would seem impossible to get through. In the first few weeks after September 11th, Maddie was with us constantly. I know of many times he made known his unending love for Margaret and helped me with the love of his life and my best friend. Maddie is here right now as I write this. He wants the whole world to know that love transcends death. From my meditations where I've prayed to know my path, I know why I'm here, to help raise the consciousness on this planet. I have so many people helping me on my journey. Jesus Christ, the Blessed Mother, and Saint Teresa, my patron saint, are all three with me always. I start each day by saying, "Good morning, God. Nothing is going to happen to me today that you and I can't handle." I have given the holy card with that saying on it to many people. My children all have it in their rooms, and we keep one in the kitchen, right next to the coffee pot where we start our day. I've always felt that attending Mass was another ribbon on my gift of faith. I go to church because it makes me feel wonderful. There are times I stop by church and I'm the only one there. It's like a spiritual cocoon. Being so close to God and His home, talking to all the angels and saints in the stillness and sanctity, I find it easier to reflect on what they are trying to tell me. Our Father is always there, ready to listen. The peace and joy of time shared with God remains with me for hours. I had a tough time with one of my daughters right before she went off to college. I was so frustrated that I had begun attending Monday night novenas to the Blessed Mother. One night I came home and called my mom to tell her, "Well, Mary has answered my prayers." Mom asked if my daughter had finally relented and was going to do what I wanted her to. I said no, but I didn't care anymore. Mary had given me the gift of being free of demanding anything of my daughter. I realized my daughter had to find her own way, no matter what I thought. She had to make her own choices, good or bad, just as my parents had to let me follow my own path. Like Mom, my job is to keep my faith in God to help me be there for her as best as I can. The secret to finding happiness that I have tried to teach my children is to be always thankful. As you go through your day, be thankful for the simple things, such as heat, water, light, the car that is getting you to work, the computer and internet that let you work from home, for having work to do. You'll soon realize how much abundance you have in your life. I've also taught my children the law of reversal. I tell them to always reverse a situation and ask themselves, is this how you would want to be treated? Will what you are about to do hurt or help someone? Does it feel right? The answers come loud and clear. If you act on the law of karma, what goes around comes around, you will act out of love. You can't lose. People may not agree with your course of action. However, if you are making your decision based on love, knowing in your heart you're doing this for the best reasons possible, you can't go wrong. Remember that you matter. Robin's commentary regarding Remember That You Matter. The following story is about David Isaac's life-changing moment with a parent. David is friends with Bob Bordenero, my husband. Bob is one of those people who intentionally chose not to create biological children of his own. Instead, Bob chose to mentor, to parent, people including David Isaacs in their careers. David is currently a professor and chair of the writing division at the University of Southern California in Los Angeles. Through the intense synchronicity and abundance of his life circumstances, David saw the value in accepting the prompting of the inner voice. David created a life not only for himself, but also for thousands of television viewers. He learned, first and foremost, that he matters, a lesson we all must learn to be able to set our own boundaries that allow us to find and do our life's work.
Remember That You Matter by David Isaacs. Trust your knowing. For the past 30 years, I've made my living as a comedy writer. I've had the privilege of working on some of the best sitcoms of the past few decades, including MASH, Cheers, and Frasier. To participate in any one of those hits would be a lucky stroke for a writer. To take part in all three makes me pretty sure that someone up there must be on my side. A gift for writing is obviously part of my success, but I can't help feeling that fate has been especially kind to me. My career has been a series of unfortunate chances that I've had the good sense, sometimes in spite of my fears and misgivings, to take. I've never been what you would call a confident or self-assured person. Never had the kind of ego it usually takes to make it in Hollywood. That mythic town that chews up psyches far stronger than my own. I've had serious bouts of depression, including a couple that might be termed clinical. But somehow, despite feeling ill-equipped to break in, let alone make it in the business, I've had a career that's lasted longer than most. I can only attribute that to some vague sense of my purpose in this world, a feeling that I was meant to be doing the work I do, living the life I am living. As simple and as unsophisticated as it sounds, that thought has had a profound effect on me at the most crucial times in my life. I'd always been attracted to the absurd worldview of comedians. I listened to comedy albums, stayed up late to watch The Tonight Show when comedians were guests, watched comedy movies, and read everything I could about comedy. Most importantly, I identified with comedians, their separateness and their ability to observe some incongruity and turn it around until it was funny. I recognized that talent in myself and the genuine reward of getting a laugh and how it immediately gave you an audience and, with that, acceptance. I grew up in Miami as an only child in what is probably a typical only child's dysfunctional family. My parents had what most people would call a long and successful marriage. But there were great stresses and times when things looked pretty bleak. As the sole child, I felt their love, but also their day-to-day frustrations with their life and each other. In many ways, I was the bridge between them, the reason they stayed together. I think my lifelong aversion to any kind of conflict comes from trying to keep a steady balance in the house and making sure never to stir things up. Needless to say, I couldn't wait to get away from that pressure. But at the same time, we become comfortable with what we're used to, and it was hard to pull away from being their child. My dreams were to leave Miami and make my way to New York or LA, where I would become a comedy name. They were wonderful dreams. Many featured me out on the town or in the bedroom with hot women who were dazzled by my quick wit. but they didn't prepare me for the reality ahead. I attended college close to home. For me, it was a blur of uncertainty. I took film and TV as a major, but I found little that inspired me, and even when I did, I underachieved. I got a C in my only screenwriting class, and if that's not personal irony, I don't know what is. I graduated with a mediocre GPA and faced the real world with only the assurance that I had to be out there eventually. I still had my dream, but New York and LA were far away, and the idea that it was time to go made actually going a lot scarier. What used to be the emerald cities became dark and foreboding places. Lucky for me, that phrase pops up a lot. I had a good friend named Bob Bordenaro, who already moved out to LA. Bob has been like an angel on my shoulder, always there at a critical juncture, as if he were around to guide me. Maybe we all play those parts at some time in our friends' lives. But Bob's timing and mine has been uncanny. You might even say heaven sent. He began to call from LA, telling me how great it was out there. It was everything we'd talked about and more. He told me I should pack up my few things and drive out. It sounded great and I wanted to go. I'd get all pumped up, but in the middle of the night at about 2 a.m., which to this day I call my hour of doubt, I'd chillingly review all the reasons not to go. No money, the loneliness of a big city, all sorts of unsavory people preying on you. I was right about that last one. It is, after all, LA. My parents weren't particularly encouraging. What are you going to do there? Is one of those bigger existential questions that can get under your skin. So I kept putting it off. I had a job in Miami that was at least putting some walking around money in my pocket. Why give that up? Still, I had a nagging feeling that I belonged in LA and that my life almost depended on me going. Not in any dangerous sense, but more that I had no purpose remaining where I was. That soon I would be lost, even living near my own home. My destiny was calling me. Not real loud, but enough to get my attention. I decided to heed the call. I packed up my things and said a very emotional goodbye to my parents. Suddenly, we had to deal with a farewell we had both put off. I drove to California and found it tougher than I had ever imagined. LA is an exciting town at first sight. It is a bright city full of young, good-looking people. But it's also as sprawling and lonely as the song says. I'm thinking of It Never Rains in Southern California, not I Love LA. $600 in life savings didn't last long, even in the early 70s. I lived on Bob's couch for weeks and made the rounds looking for jobs in the business, of which there were none. I wanted to get involved right away in comedy, but was not confident enough to try stand-up. Avoidance of conflict being a big theme for me, putting myself up on stage in front of hecklers never seemed to be a wise choice. I believe we all need the courage to overcome the fears that cripple us. But I also believe we're entitled to one free pass in life, and I took mine when it came to stand-up. I got odd jobs and made enough to move into a one-room efficiency. That's my lyrical way of describing a sink, a toilet, and a bed. Like 1,000 other young people who had come to LA to find themselves, I started running out of hope. I talked to my parents about returning to Miami, and I was sure my father would immediately lay out the welcome back home mat. Instead, he told me to stay put. There was nothing for me in Miami. His words surprised me. Not so much the advice, which was sound, but that he had echoed my earlier instinct. I had never said anything to him about my future not lying at home. I felt it would have hurt his feelings at a sensitive time. But there he was, saying the same thing I'd been thinking. I knew that in his heart my father wanted me nearby, but he was telling me to stick it out. His selflessness inspired me, and I was more than determined than ever to make a name for myself in comedy, even if I had no idea how to do it. Once again, my guide, Bob, appeared with a means to my end. Bob and I had both joined the Army Reserves during college. A great many draft-eligible men had taken the same route during the Vietnam War. When Bob moved to L.A., he transferred to a new unit, a public information detachment. It was made up of some very talented soldiers, and I use the word soldiers very loosely here, who had day jobs as reporters, on-air newsmen, and disc jockeys. When I arrived in town, Bob got me into the unit, and it was a turning point in my life. During a reserve camp in Colorado, I met Ken Levine, a very funny guy who was a top 40 jock in San Bernardino, California. He spotted me reading a biography of George S. Kaufman, the famous playwright and a hero of his. Needless to say, we hit it right off and found that we had a lot of comic icons in common. We both talked about wanting to write comedy screenplays or TV shows like MASH, which had just premiered. We were a little unsure of ourselves, though, when it came to the craft of writing. Producing a good screenplay seemed like a daunting task. We weren't wrong about that, especially working alone. We decided to team up and tackle something together. The thought was a good one, but the logistics made it tough. We both had day jobs and Ken worked out of town. We had to meet nights and Sundays. It was tough going, and our first efforts, of course, were rejected. We had no contacts to speak of, but we did have each other. Even when the days without rest piled up, we knew we could rely on the other person for motivation. With a few years of hard work, we sold our first script. It was an episode of The Jeffersons that was completely rewritten by the show's story editors, but we had a sale. We were on our way to the unemployment office. After our first script, we found an agent to represent us. We quit our day jobs to write full-time, but no more assignments came for 6 months. The initial high had long worn off, and we found ourselves desperate for work to the point where Ken was ready to take a radio job that would move him far enough away that writing together would be impractical. But then, out of the blue, our agent called back with one of those big break Hollywood stories, a little hyperbole. The agency that represented us also handled the producer of MASH. As a favor to the agency, he read one of our scripts and liked it enough to bring us in for a pitch. MASH was a show I could only dream of writing. He filled our arms with research about the Korean War, and we returned with scores of ideas, one of which he liked. Still, he had his doubts about us. Whether it was our age or lack of professional experience, I guess our eagerness overcame him, and he gave us a shot to turn our idea into an episode. We came through, and he gave us another assignment. We were full-on writers. We worked our butts off to take advantage of our opportunity. To this day, I don't think Ken or I would have had the chance to write MASH if either of us had gone it alone. Nor would we have been as proficient had we not spent time in the military. Not in combat, thank God, but otherwise experiencing Army life firsthand. In that sense, we were ahead of other comedy writers our age. We were lucky to have found each other, but I've never believed it was just dumb luck. We were guided there by the actions of friends and family, but also by the faith, however weak at times, that we were on a path to our own true destinies. But there are always stumbling blocks. MASH gave me a good career foothold, but it also brought me new insecurities. I started to wrap my self-worth in my success as a writer. I began to enjoy the writing less and less and worried all the time about the work not being good enough. I stopped feeling funny. Generally, this is a bad condition for a comedy writer. I put such pressure on myself that I eventually crashed and fell into a crisis of spirit. This is a fancy way of saying I was deeply depressed. I'd been in these periods before, but never like this. I could not shake the feelings of hopelessness. Trying to write my way out of it only made it worse. I went back to Miami for the first time in years, mainly because I couldn't think of anything else to do. I was almost 30 years old and back with my parents. It was not the healthiest of situations, and yet it was a side trip I needed to take. My father and mother tried their best to understand what I was going through, but they had no background to help me. Their talks and pleas could not break through the darkness. When you are in a depression, nothing much makes sense. One morning, as I lay in bed, my father came into the room. He didn't ask how I was feeling for the 100th time. He didn't try to give me a pep talk. He didn't try to impress on me again that worrying would ruin my health. He just sat down on the edge of my bed, looked at me and said, "Everything is going to be okay. You matter." Just those words. No explanation, nothing more. Then he got up and left the room. My father was never a man of few words and rarely succinct in his thoughts. But at that moment, when it counted most, he summed up the problem in 2 short sentences. He was telling me it was all right to be who I was. Success, money, possessions, respect, fame, and accomplishment are all fine if they don't get in the way of finding meaning in your life. I first chose my path because it brought me joy and purpose. If I lost my way because I was too busy trying to prove my worth, then I had to go back to enjoying the writing for its own sake, or I would stay lost. That's a lot to get from, "Everything is going to be okay. You matter." But it quickly became clear to me that was what he meant. Even if it wasn't what he meant, I never asked him. His words brought me the message. I've never forgotten that moment. When I lose my way now, and it happens almost weekly, I can remember it and begin to center myself again. Many years later, I now have a wonderful wife. Bob introduced us, if you can believe that, and children. I'm past the age that's usually last call for comedy writers, but I'm still hanging in there and getting great enjoyment and blessings out of the work. The late nights in rewrite rooms take a bigger toll now than they did when I was in my 30s, but I still enjoy the company. My greatest blessing is my children. No accomplishment, no award, no recognition can compare with the sense of peace they've given me. If the first half of life is career and making a reputation for oneself, the second half is about seeking meaning. My children have brought that and centered me in a way I never experienced before. In short, their very presence has made me more selfless, and that, I think, speaks for itself. Another joy and meaning I've discovered is teaching up-and-coming writers about the craft, guiding them along their own path. Not to get all Lion King circle of lifey here, but I like giving back a little bit to young folks who remind me a whole lot of me. Not all of them will be as lucky as I've been career-wise, but if I can help just a few follow their own dreams, then I'll know till the end of my life that my father was right. I matter.
Part 5. Endings. Robin's commentary regarding endings. Love transcends death. If we can accept that life is eternal, then we begin to experience the grieving of death as a doorway to a new beginning. The ending becomes the possibility of a new beginning. One last word from Robin and CNC's story. What each of us does in our lives influences all of the rest of us. The more aware we are of the impact of our own choices, the closer we come to creating a peaceful society. It's in the small, intimate moments with our own self-reflection and with each other that we can change the world for all of us. The stories here are such moments, and by sharing them, we allow others to see humanity, and we learn to see the humanity in others. Our intentional practice of raising humanity is a chance for us to invite each other into a better collaboration of existence by remembering the consequences of our actions. This is my invitation to you to commit to your responsibility to be a kind and caring person, to help us all work together to raise each other up to a higher and more human, more humane coexistence. We never know when our bodies will die. What will we do during our precious time while we do live in a body? The storytellers in this book suggest that we all must remember that we each, as eternal souls having a physical body experience, have a particular purpose. Rumi perhaps said it best when he said, "There is one thing in this world which you must never forget to do. Souls come into this world to do a particular work. That work is their purpose, and each is specific to the person. If you forget everything else and not this, there's nothing to worry about. If you remember everything else and forget your true work, then you have done nothing in your life." Footnote. It Is What It Is, The Personal Discourses of Rumi, Spiritual Dialogues Project, Ridgefield, Washington. ISBN 978-0-9793-260-5-9. So, do you with all the gusto you can muster. Raising humanity, human evolution, spiritual and emotional growth, being in stride with the very best of ourselves right now is the opportunity to do that very thing. It doesn't take a psychic to figure out that we must fight to reclaim and retain our humanity. We can end violence toward one another, and we all have the right to the peace and joy that can come from learning how to do just that. All the people, especially all the children, who have lost their lives to acts of violence deserve our respect and our action to take these moments of trauma and turn them into opportunities to heal. Once and for all, let us focus and learn to love and support each other in meaningful ways. We can generate love. Be the somebody who chooses to always be thankful and remember to love. How do you want to be remembered? What do you want your legacy to be? If you could choose to do it all again, what would you choose? Why not make that choice now? So many have lost their lives through acts of terrorism. The people who are left behind to mourn them have lost a part of their lives right along with them. This unbearable grief and the toxicity of violence ripples the echo of terrorism through the walls of each of our hearts and souls. Why is this happening over and over again? How can we create a safe environment to disagree without killing each other? The contributing authors of Raising Humanity may not all agree with each other's perceptions of reality. However, we all have united in the common goal of creating this book. Our intention is to let people know that there is a lesson to be learned here. For the last story in this collection, I have chosen one couple to represent all of us who have suffered as a result of terrorism. Known to their loved ones as C&C, he was a fireman who died on September 11, 2001. She is his beloved widow. Here is their story. Shortly after the horrible events of 9/11, a woman who is familiar with my work asked me if I would help her friend, Katie. She told me that Katie's husband was a fireman and that it had been 2 days and she had not heard from him. I said, yes, please put her on the phone. I spoke with Katie briefly, and her husband, Callan, immediately made contact with me. He gave me a message for her. He wanted her to know that he had worn his wedding ring into one of the Twin Towers because he knew he wasn't going to make it out alive, and he wanted her to know that she was everything to him. Katie immediately started screaming at me. She yelled, "That isn't possible! No fireman wears jewelry into a fire." Because I didn't want to upset her further, I asked if she wanted more information. She said yes, she definitely wanted to know more. Callan then told me where they would find his body. He said his body was fully intact and located in a stairwell with a group of people he had been trying to lead out of the building. He said to tell her that he was wearing his helmet. For obvious reasons, Katie was outraged at me. She was traumatized and grieving. We ended the call. 2 days later, Katie called me back, considerably calmer than she had been during our previous call. Callan had been found on a landing in a stairwell, fully intact, wearing his helmet and surrounded by the bodies of the people he had been trying to rescue. He was wearing his wedding ring. Katie later wrote me a beautiful note to tell me how much she was comforted by having this knowledge about Callan. She asked me to call her if he ever had anything else to say. Of course, I said yes. In November of 2001, Callan reached out to me again. He asked me to call his wife. I did. I told Katie that Callan wanted her to look in the top drawer of his bureau. He said that he had bought her a string of pearls and that she would find them there. She went to the drawer and opened it and found the pearls. She came back to the phone, holding a beautiful pearl necklace, and she said, "Today is our anniversary. How did you know?" I told her I didn't know, but Callan clearly remembered. He literally remembered their anniversary from beyond the grave. The message for all of us, from Callan the fireman and Katie his wife, is love transcends death. Callan also says this right now, to you, the listener. If I had my life to do over again, I would still choose my life, my love. As you hear these words, can you say to yourself that when you die, you will be pleased with your legacy? If not, make a change. It's never too late to live without regrets. I agree with Rob and Alexis. Let's choose love and take it from there. Thank you for listening to Raising Humanity. Written by Rob and Alexis. Read by Michelle Kinnison and Damian Balderrama. This audiobook was recorded at Reed's Recordings in Campbell, California. If you would like to know more about Rob and Alexis and her other compelling books and services, please visit robandalexis.com.
Raising Humanity by Robin Alexis is sponsored by Be Well Hive NFP, a public charity 501c3 located in Mount Shasta, California, nurturing wellness and building resilient community in Mount Shasta and beyond borders. Please consider visiting bewellhive.org and offering your support. And please continue to offer your support to Robin's work by purchasing and gifting her books. Visit robinalexis.com.
When everything's in disarray, I trust it's all gonna be okay. It's all gonna be okay. 'Cause I'm choosing love today. Yes, we're choosing love today. Raising humanity.